Well, hey there. My name is Dan. I'm a music teacher about to listen to Xenoblade Chronicles 3 original soundtrack for the very first time. Together, we're going to discover hidden connections, understand how music works, and have fun while we do it. Are you ready? Type a 1 in the chat if you are ready. And we're going to go ahead and get started. We're going to get rocking. We're going to get rolling. Here we go with Off-Seer. Ooh. Ooh. A beautiful way to start off this OST. I am intrigued because I was expecting something that was going to be a little bit more fastball down the middle, like maybe harkening back to the first Xenoblade main theme, which I did just spend the first 15 minutes before I got on the stream listening to make sure I had it. And while we heard gestures in the chord progression at the main theme, arguably, this was something completely different. This was beautiful. So as we go through, what I'm going to start to do is I'm start to draw connections, talk about things together in terms of music theory. A couple things right here. We can hear that this song is actually in the key of A minor, at least by the time we get to. So chord right here is A minor. Then we go to F major, to C, to G major. D minor, to B flat, A sus2, to D major. Okay. C, G, more G, and then back to A minor. So what am I saying? What does everything I just say mean? I'm gonna give you a quick crash course so you can understand everything I just said and everything I'm gonna say for the rest of this here stream and this here Xenoblade series. So music's pretty easy once we break it down. And let me show you how. So we're gonna take the first 7 letters of the alphabet, A, B, C, D, E, F, and G. This is the basic musical alphabet. All music you listen to uses, well, most music you listen to uses these 7 letters. That's it. So A, B, C, D, F, G, and after G, we don't go to H, we go back to A. So we go A, B, C, D, F, G, A, B, C, D, F, G. We can go backwards. We can go G, F, E, D, C, B, A, G, F, E, D, C, B, A. And the way it works is every time we say A, the next A is higher than the first A. So A, B, C, D, E, F, G, A. You hear that A is higher than the first A. Type of 1 if you can hear that this second A is higher than the first A. Then we go A, B, C, D, E, F, G, A. And then that A would be higher than the second one, which is higher than the first one. So that's the way music works. We go A, B, C, D, F, G, and every time we get to A, the A is higher than the A before it, and then also the B will be higher, and C, and so on and so forth. Now, the way we categorize music or use music theory to understand and break it down is we put a number to each one of these letters. So A could be 1, B is 2, C is 3, D is 4, E is 5, F is 6, G is 7. Now, here's a really cool thing about music. A is not always going to be 1. So, for example, here A was 1, which is really cool. So, A to F, which is 6, to flat 3, to flat 7. Now, you could argue that what I just played was actually in C minor, and it was a 6, 4, 1, 5, and I would actually tend to agree with you, which means next time I'm going to listen to the whole song first before I tell you what key it's in. But here's the thing. So, look, if we're going to pretend this is C, C is 1, then D is 2, E is 3, F is 4, G is 5. Remember, we don't go to H, we go back to A. So A is 6, B is 7. So C is 1. So we would start, if we start on A and we think of C as being 1, we have 6, 4, F, 1, C, 5, G. Type of 2, if this number system is making sense to you. This is like, if you get this, you're going to get music. This is it. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and then the 1 can start on different places. So if D is 1, then E is 2, F is 3, G is 4, A is 5, B is 6. Like this. That's it. That is literally it for understanding music. Cool. All right, now, one more piece of little music theory I'm going to give you is understand the difference between major and minor. So, for example, this is minor. This is major. Now, you might say, well, those just sound like 2 different sounds. Okay, minor is going to sound like a rainy autumn day. Here's minor. Here's minor. I got a spider on me. Here's minor, here's minor, here's minor, here's minor, here's minor. So it sounds like a rainy autumn day. Now major sounds like a happy time with, I don't know, your family at a froyo shop. That's frozen yogurt. So major, 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 major. Sounds happy. So the quality of the sound is major. The quality of the sound is minor. So that's what we mean by major and minor. We're talking about the quality of the sound. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and then major, happy, minor, sad. And there's other qualities, and there's way more to learn with music, but if you have that understanding, you're going to go very far, and you're going to understand most everything we're going to talk about here today. Okay, let's keep this thing going with Battlefield, the Scramble for life. I much prefer my eggs scrambled than scrambling for my life, but here we go. This is like so, Call of the Cthulhu? Wow. High drama. Reminds me a lot of... Sorry. Okay, now I'm going to talk. High drama reminds me a lot of the theme of the White Tower in Lord of the Rings. Bum, 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 which I think was actually an inverted version of the Shire theme. Anyway, back to Xenoblade Chronicles 3. Clearly, Scramble for life. Some sort of army is happening here. Some sort of conflict is happening here. Just from the music, you hear the gong, 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 gong type drums. That means usually military conflict, military things going on. A big fight of some sort is going down. So let's break down a little bit of what's going on here in the chords in Battlefield Scramble for Life. So it starts off with E. And so we think E is going to be 1. And now it's starting to move away. And start to introduce more tension. Why is this tension? Well, because we can hear in the flutes right here, they're going ba 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 ba. Type of 1 if you can hear that. Ba 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 ba. Type of 1 if you can hear that. And so what's happening is we've established the home base as being E. Now what we're hearing is the... And listen to how dissonant this sounds over the E. So the composer just gave you an E. They just showed you where home base was, and now they're going to tear everything away from you. So listen. So you hear that second note, this right here? This is called a D sharp note. And it is very close to E, and because it's so close, it creates a lot of tension. Because we think about A, B, C, D, E, F, G, D, and E are right next to each other in the alphabet, so these notes are also right next to each other. And because they're so close, that actually creates tension and friction. If you've ever been sitting on a bus or sitting on a subway and someone sits a little too close to you and you feel that tension in your body, it's the same thing here with notes. Sometimes when notes are very close together, they can actually create more tension than notes that are far away from each other. And we hear that on display right here. I mean, type a 3 in the chat if that second note is ringing like a little ee to you. If it's making you go ee just a little bit when I do this. Like, does it make you go ee? Like, you're not playing with a clean sound. Yeah. Kind of gives you shivers up your spine. And, well, that's a way in music of creating tension and drama. Okay, let's keep this thing rocking and rolling. We're rocking and a reeling with tactical action dynamic. Going up a minor third, just like Final Fantasy VII. Good. All right, 4 on the floor kick. Let's go. Ooh. We're hearing hints of a riff here. Oh, keep it going. Oh, keep it going. Oh, heck yes, that was awesome. So let's actually break down what happened there. So what's really cool is so far we're seeing a lot of A and a lot of E as being our ones, and we're going to look for this as actually not a leitmotif in and of itself, but rather particular keys the composer may use or may continue to use, or maybe not. We got 9 discs to go, so we'll see. This may also just be a first sort of biome where we have an E and an A being used quite a bit. So tactical action. Let's go back and actually break this down so I can grab this guitar riff, because that was really cool. What's a riff, you ask? Well, a riff is a repeated idea that's typically lower than higher. An idea that's repeated that's higher, not lower, might be called a lick. There you go. So riff is low. And again, I'm paraphrasing there. Let's actually get it this time. So here, let's see. Oh my goodness, the rhythm just throwing me for a loop. Cool. All right, cool. Got it. Okay, so what's happening here in this riff is the composer's using notes from an E minor scale, an E natural minor scale, as far as we can tell up to this point. So E is 1, and then it's going E, E, B, G, A, F sharp, G, E, E, B, B, A. Now what's really cool about this is that this fits perfectly over this E the whole time. Now before, we just heard E with so much tension with the D sharp over it, creating all this anxiety, all this feeling of uncertainty, and now this is bringing E right on home using notes from an E natural minor scale. Beautiful stuff. And then what's pretty interesting too is right now E is 1. E is still 1. E is still 1. And right here's being applied flat 6, C to flat 7, D. All right, so here still E is 1. Now switching to A. A now feels like 1. And my rhythm's not perfect here, but I'm getting the general idea of what's getting down here. So we have a tonal center, the tonal center of E, where we feel like E is 1, and then it shifts, and it sort of feels like we've moved into a tonal center of A. And we'd call this tonicizing the key of A, is one way of saying it. I'd really like to think about that right there as technically a key change, because you could technically think about it as being an E the whole time. When we go to A, A's 4, because remember we go E, F, G, A being 4. But here, because we stay on A for so long, it'd be debatable. It'd be interesting to see how the composer actually wrote it out, whether they actually put a key change in there, or if they were thinking of it as being in the key of E the whole time. So E is 1 the whole time, and A is in fact 4, not 1. Type of 2 if you track that explanation using the music theory I taught you at the beginning of the stream. Type of 3 if that was confusing, and I will slow it down as I go. All right, let's check out the exhausted victorious, the speechless defeated. Sounds like me and my sister after an argument. Let's go. Parallel major, look out. Oh! So what's really interesting here is the use of something called the parallel major and the parallel minor. Well, you know about major and minor now, so let's talk about what parallel means. Parallel means they're going to share the same letter name, which means they're both going to start on the same note. So for example, here's an A minor. So A is the first note, and then it's minor. Remember that autumn kind of rainy day sound. And then we could take A and play A major. And it's kind of that more happy sound. So minor, major, minor, major. Now to show the difference between the victorious and defeated, the composer here is very clearly writing a story in the music by using the parallel minor and major. The minor to represent people who have lost, the major to represent people who have won. We can hear the composer does it several times, and there was a moment, if you were watching my reaction in there, where I was trying to play along with my guitar because I thought I could predict what was going to happen next, and no, the use of parallel major and minors actually threw me because the composer started using them in unexpected places and in unexpected and surprising and delightful ways. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and actually break down what was happening here in a couple of the places between the parallel major, parallel minor, where the composer is literally painting a victor and a loser with the music. Now, quick note before I jump in and do this, we've seen parallel major and parallel minor used in many different video game soundtracks to describe when there's mystery, when someone is being duplicitous, when something is hidden that we haven't quite figured out yet. When someone is, being two-faced. Just to be clear, just to put a finer point on duplicitous, when someone's being two-faced, when they're telling you one thing but they're doing another. We've heard many different video games use the parallel major, parallel minor to describe these types of situations. This is the first time, at least so far on this channel, with all the reviews we've done, we've heard a composer paint an idea of a victor and a loser, a winner and a loser, with using the parallel major and parallel minor. So that said, let's go and actually check out some of these moments here. Now with you the ba ba ba. That was one of the things that was making me think of and that's Gold something. I can't quite remember the name of that piece of music. And if anyone can remember the name of that piece of music, I'd be very, very grateful if you would put it in the chat, because it's slipping the tip of my brain, and this is the second time we've heard feeling something like that. Okay, so back to our parallel major, parallel minor. Ecstasy of Gold. Thank you, guys. Yeah, we heard chords a while ago that felt like Ecstasy of Gold, and then we're hearing little melodic fragments that it's not copying Ecstasy of Gold, it's pulling from that feeling of majesty and grandeur and scale that Ecstasy of Gold imparts through the notes, instrumentation, harmonies, everything. Okay, so now we're going to like G. So A is 1, so G is going to be 7. F, which is going to be 6. E, which is 5. Here's E major. Now we're not going back to A minor here, we're going back to A major. So we've now switched. We just described the losers. We went, and now we're going to go to the winners with the parallel major. Again to G, which is 7. Again to F. E minor. D minor. Now what's really interesting here is the first time through it went A minor, G, F, E major. Now the second time through it goes A major, G, F, E minor. So we switched the minor and the major qualities on the A and the E the first time through and the second time through, which for me, at least in my interpretation, implies that even though you win at something, whenever you have the mindset or a situation when there is a winner or a loser, even the winner takes a little bit of damage home with them. You know, even in war, when there's someone's a winner, you still take damage home, you still have losses. And that minor E minor chord being changed from the E major chord we heard the first time, for me at least, represents that loss, even in victory. D minor, which is 4. E major. E minor, right there. E major, victorious. E minor, defeat. And so we can see that between A major and A minor, and E major and E minor, which, by the way, the 1 is A, the 5 is E. These are two of the most important foundational chords in all of music, the 1 and the 5. Not the most important all the time, but for a lot of things. And to play with the qualities of major and minor here, very fascinating stuff, and really telling the story of a winner or loser contending a battle. Exactly. Soybean, thank you very much for bringing me back home. The exhausted victorious. Exactly. Yep. All right, let's check out Young Warriors. Now, by the way, if you're thinking, I'm psychic, I am not. The composer's just done such a tremendously clear job of highlighting story points and plot points with the music that I'm then able to extrapolate using the information of song title and then also all the OSTs I've listened to, all the music I've learned, and then coming and bringing this to you. Okay, let's go Young Warriors. A is 1 right now. 6, 5 minor, 4, 5. Ooh, we'll have to come back to that one. Now go into the 4, go into D. Okay, so it's interesting here that started out, the composer set us up thinking that maybe A was going to be 1, but it turns out D was actually 1 the whole time. So, which means if D is 1, A is what, chat? If D is 1, what is A? Put it in the chat. If D is 1, what is A? D is 1, what is A? Come on, guys, you can do this. I believe in you. Yes! I see a 5. Exactly. A is 5, so it actually starts off, we could think about this starting for 5, or, indeed, as you may hear me say many times throughout the stream, there's going to be more than one way to think about this. We could also think about the A as being 1, and then shifting and deciding D is going to be the new one. Okay. Now, tons of drama here. Young Warriors, doesn't sound like the Young Warriors are having a good time here, or what they're doing is very difficult, or they're up against odds, because this sounds very dramatic. It doesn't really sound like training music, or perhaps the training is just... Maybe I'm misreading it. And the level of emotion in this soundtrack is going to be so far above... Like, if this is training, like, what's the battle going to be like? You know what I'm saying? It's like, how far are we going to take this? They're going through it? Yeah, it sounds pretty tough. This doesn't sound like an easy training camp. Like an easy training camp, I would expect something a little bit more military. And now I just did the Fox theme, but you get the idea. Something with snare drums, maybe. Something a little bit more Fire Emblem-y, where it's, yeah, it just feels like a camp, you know, type of a thing. But this feels like some really, really, really hard trials and tribulations someone is going through. Now, why do I say that? Well, let's take a look at this music, and I'll break down some of the elements that would lead me to that conclusion. So number one, the instruments being used, orchestral. Now, we've heard orchestral sort of arrangements throughout the Xenoblade series, so this is nothing new and nothing different, but if the stakes were less high, I would expect less instruments to be playing, or for the instruments to be playing a little less energy going on. Now this right here, this could be like part of an action movie right here. Like what we just heard, that would fit especially that drum sound that we were hearing, that would fit in almost any action movie as the people starting the job that they are hired for, right? So it's like they show up to the building and everything's starting to go according, like before the plan goes off the rails, as it tends to do in action movies. This sounds like someone showing up and starting some type of action sequence. So that already is way above emotionally the level of thinking of a training camp. Yeah, and building tension. Now this sounds like a little bit of a respite here, from the F to the E minor, D minor, E minor. Oh yeah, we're gonna figure that one out. Ooh. My, what is this chord here? You know, it sounds exactly like the chord at the end of the Star Wars theme. Yabba da 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 ba, right there. Kind of a minor major 7 type thing, maybe, with some added flavors in there. Yeah, a minor major 7. And again, we talked about major, we talked about minor. Now the minor major 7 is kind of like combining a minor and major together. It's a very dissonant sound. It kind of fights against itself because it has both major and minor parts inside of itself. That sound right there. Okay, so what else leads me to think that this is more high stakes? Well, we heard these right here. This is not we're on a regimented schedule getting 3 square meals a day and also running 10 miles and doing pull-ups and firearm exercises. This is like danger. Yeah, you know, bump, 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 going on in the trumpet, combined with all the percussion that's happening, all the instruments. Reminds me a little bit more of the scene where, like, Rey is running through that obstacle, the Jedi obstacle course. It's like, you know, a little bit of danger, maybe turn to the dark side a little bit, who knows? A little bit of danger. Let's keep going with Lost Days of Warmth. Let's rock and roll. Type a tune in the chat if you are enjoying this stream. If you're not enjoying, please type in full what you are not enjoying so I can improve. Thank you. Wow. Clearly something very emotional going on here, and I will show you why I think Lost Days of Warmth are not just reminiscing, but perhaps reminiscing about... So it's reminiscing about someone that some character loved a lot, I think, or a person, place, or thing a character had a very, very, very deep and profound emotional connection to. Type of 2 if I'm on the right path with my guess as to what's going on with Lost Days of Warmth. It's not just thinking back in time. It's a very, very, very strong emotional connection going on. Yes, okay, cool. So, what leads me to believe that? Well, I'll show you as I break down the song as we go through. So, we're starting off with C as being 1. So we're starting on 4, which is F, to 1, which is C. Again, 4, F. Ooh. 2. Yeah, maybe 3 there. To 6. 2. To 5. 5 sus 4. To 5. To 1. To 3. 4. 4 major 7. To 5 sus 4. To 5. To 6. To 6 to 4 to 5. Let me catch what happened right there. Yeah, maybe 2 5. 4 F G 5 E 3 E minor A minor 6 D 2 B flat flat 7 and then right here it's A sus 4 A sus 2 to A2 A minor. A very interesting shift right here. There's something complex emotionally happening here with so many different qualities with the same lowest note. So the lowest note here is the A. So we go A sus 4, which is a quality, to A major, to A sus 2, to A major 2, A minor, parallel major, parallel minor, so many other chord qualities. There's a very interesting, deep emotional moment that's happening here that's maybe bittersweet, or the character hasn't processed through it. Something's going on here. And then also we have a 2 5. Now we're switching where the 1 is. We got 2 5 1. So it's gonna feel like F is 1 maybe. Yeah, F is now 1. Oh, that's actually, it's still 4. Yeah, so that's when you do a 2 5 1, so it's G Z F, because if F is 1, G is 2, C is 5. We're doing a 2 5 1 to F, but then F is not even 1. So the 2 5 1 can make us think F is going to be 1, but it's not. Just a way of getting to 4. F is still 4, and then to C, which is 1. So 4. C, which is 1. F, which is 4. Now here's what's going to start taking off emotionally. This is where it really starts to hit. D minor to G. Now all of a sudden it's 4 5 1 in E flat. So we've gone from C being 1 to now E flat being 1. And the way in which we've moved from C being 1 to E flat being 1, this is called a key change. We've changed the entire emotion. All the notes, the 7 notes we're using, what we're considering to be 1, we're completely swapping that out. And by doing that, that creates a big emotional lift, a big emotional change. If you listen to the song I Will Always Love You by Whitney Houston, you'll hear at the very end, the song goes higher than it's been the whole time. And that's that emotional shift, that big emotional jump. And that's how I could extrapolate and guess that there's a very deep emotional connection happening here, is because of that key change moving up. Not just because it went to E flat up from C, but just because it went higher, there was a key change. And the music swells and grows in this beautiful way here, which is what leads me to be able to extrapolate that idea. Okay, let's go to Shining Aspiration. Inherited Melody. Perhaps there's going to be a leitmotif here we'll recognize. Who knows? We shall see. Let's get this thing going. Sorry. Yeah. Bon, 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 bon. Ecstasy of Gold. Oh, this is definitely about the evil person showing their plan. I feel like we just heard about the evil plans for the hero, and now we're seeing how the hero's gonna defend the evil plans. Not quite? Okay, well. Sometimes I get it wrong. Okay, what we're going to do for this piece is I'm going to make sure every single one of you watching this right now can make the connection to Ecstasy of Gold and this motif that we keep hearing over and over again. So we hear... And that's literally 1, 2, 3, 4. The first 4 notes of Ecstasy of Gold, the theme from Ecstasy of Gold. So right there. Bo, ba, ba, ba. All right, type a 1 in the chat if you can hear it. Type a 2 in the chat if you can't hear it. Type a 1 in the chat if you can hear it. Type a 2 in the chat if you cannot hear the connection of... All right, many of you can hear it. So, guys, this is so cool because what we can hear... Well, what do you mean it's definitely not intentional? How are we to know that the composer was not inspired by this? Yes, indeed, at the beginning and first. Here's an interesting idea for you, and many artists subscribe to this. I also subscribe to this. If you steal from one person, it's stealing. If you steal from everyone, it's research and learning. All right, I'm going to run this by you one more time. If you steal from one person, it's stealing. If you steal from everyone, it is research and learning. Some of the best artists of all time, music included, stole ruthlessly, here's the key, from everyone. And so the whole thing here is, even to say stealing is almost wrong. Because really, it's just about saying, oh, this group of notes inspires me to create something new. So let me start where you started, and now I'm going to take it in a new direction. Make sense? Cool. So when I say that it sounds very much like it, and the fact that we've heard this so many times is literally one of the main underpinnings of this soundtrack so far as the first 8 tracks go. And granted, it is a 9-disc soundtrack, so we are just starting off. But there you go. So we can hear, at least my opinion, I feel confident saying, inspiration taken from Ecstasy of Gold. Very cool. Okay, let's keep rocking and rolling with Yzana Plains. If Yzana Plain, you might not be able to get my call. Okay. Play? Oh, there we go. Starting off with the 5th. Yeah, little Ecstasy of Gold right there. The first 2 notes, that perfect fit. Yzana, thank you. Ooh. Ooh, something's going wrong in Yzana Plains. Oh, we're gonna have to fight something in Yzana Plains for sure. Oh. Oh, cool. Natural 6 right there. This is sick. Oh, I hope you guys have headphones on. The bass is sick. Oh, goodness. Okay, so many things to point out here. Oh, my mind. Okay, so number one, really cool stuff. Number two, let's actually go back and grab some things. So we're feeling like A is... Oh, I remember what I want to talk to you about. Now, we found this in Elden Ring. And what we found was there was 4 ways of creating tension and indeed suspense using a couple of different things in music. What we can hear right here is something I want to point out to you guys, because this is using one of the 4 ways you can instantly create tension in music. And it's right here. So let me play this for you and I'll show you. So here it goes from up to there, and the note changes. It slides up. That is called modulating a pitch, and we're going through different microtones. Microtones are the notes between the notes. So we go from here. This is a note. This is a note. This is a note. This is a note. But then we have all these little notes between the 2 notes. And so sliding up and down between 2 different notes actually is what creates a lot of the tension. It's not the only thing, but it is certainly a large contributing factor to the tension here in this music. Now, you might be wondering, well, Dan, what are the other 4 ways? Number 1 was tremolo, which means very fast. So if we get... I mean, I think we'd all agree that's not the most pleasant thing to listen to. That has some tension in it. And let's see. I don't remember what number 3 or 4 off the top of my head, but if we hear them, I'll point them out to you as we go. I think one of them was, one of them was when you have 2 different notes against each other. So imagine we have this, and then listen to this. All right, this is going to be, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry for what I'm about to do to your ears. All right, check this out. Okay, that had tension in it. And then you can combine all the different elements to create even more tension together. Extremely dissonant, yes. And so we could hear here in Yzana Plains was this use of and when you compare that modulating note oh gosh, so much tension in there. Okay, let's check out Yzana Plains' Night Theme. Yes, this does not have the ticking gumbar. Here we can hear the second way I said of developing tension. You can hear in your right ear, tremolo. I'm gonna turn my headphones down just a little bit. You can hear right there, going in and out of tune with each other to imply a little bit of danger. Now, there's a real difference between the Yzana Plains day and night theme. There was many things. One thing I'd like to point out is the ticking clock sound. Change from Yzana Plains day to Yzana Plains night. I wonder if you are safe from a certain type of enemy or time-based something. Maybe it's like, I don't know, maybe it's like Breath of the Wild where when you're in the desert, oh no, not when you're in the desert it was too, oh yeah, the desert was too hot, but then also in the lava when it's too hot and you had to get the special, you need to drink something or wear the special clothes to be good around the heat. Maybe that's something going on there. I'm not sure. There is no safety. Only danger. Okay, all right. And something I want to point out to you guys, I want to teach you because this is going to help us really bring home this idea of this Ecstasy of Gold inspired theme, is the idea of the first two notes. Because we actually heard that here, both in Yzana Plains Day and Yzana Plains Night, where it started off with the first two notes of the theme, which I'm just going to call it the Ecstasy of Gold theme, even though it's not technically Ecstasy of Gold. We're just going to call it that, where it's the... And the right there, between the first note and the second note, that is called an interval of a perfect fifth. A perfect fifth. So whenever you hear the perfect fifth, sure, things change after that, but that's a callback, that's a hearkening, that's indeed a leitmotif, if you will, or indeed a variation on a leitmotif. Right there. Ba, ba. Here it goes. It changed after the first note. So the composer's bringing these elements, even if it's just two notes, and then changing what happens after it, through this OST to give you a feeling of continuity, to give you a feeling of, okay, I'm still in the same world, I'm still in the same universe. Let's keep it going with Keves Battle. You ask Jeeves, and you battle Keves. Let's get this thing rockin' and rollin'. Okay, so some of these chords moved pretty fast, and I did not get them on first time through, so I'm going to tell you what happened here. First of all, it starts, E is 1, and then we go to A, major, back and forth. E, and right here. So it's E minor to F major 7 to, then where do we go? To B minor. To kinda, something like that. Whatever, we're gonna skip that part right there. A minor, which is 4. Back to E minor, which is 1. A minor, G. A minor, B minor, C. 2. That D over E. Whoa. To B. About. See me. An A over B. I knew that had the 2 in the bass there. So, and then back to 1. So this is really cool. So this is called an A major, but instead of having an A as the lowest note, a B is the lowest note. Hear it a lot in R&B. Also in funk, also sometimes in fusion. And what this does is this sets us up to have the B, which is the 5 of E. So if E is 1, B is 5. B is here telling us that we're on our way to go back to the B, back to the E. But indeed, we take a moment to have an A over the B, and then a proper B, which then brings us back to 1. A delightful, awesome piece of music that I thoroughly enjoyed. Type a 3 in the chat if that's your favorite piece in the OST. Type a 4 if your favorite piece is still to come. And if you're watching this in the VOD, the VOD, the video on demand, go ahead and put that in the comments. A 3 if that's your favorite. A 4 if something is yet to come. Oh, I see a couple 3s. I see a lot of 4s. Ooh, see a lot of 4s. Oh my goodness. The 4s is strong with this one. Okay, let's keep it going with Soldiers something. Read it down here. This is what I would think training camp would sound like. Now, one of the things I love about doing these streams is I get to learn all the time. I never stop learning, never stop growing in music. Don't let the fact that I teach music or I've written books on music or anything make you think that I don't have anything more to learn, because I do, and I'm always learning and I'm always growing. It's one of the amazing things about music. It just keeps on going forever. It never stops. Now, I just learned something today about what a Paean is. So this was Soldier's Paean. And what this is, it's a song. Ooh, I just saw someone put the, let's see, a song of triumph or praise. Now, I did not know this term. Very cool. So I just learned this along with you today, just now. Yeah. But there you go. So really cool stuff there that we just learned a new word. Now, this does sound much more triumphant. This does sound much more military to me as opposed to big conflicts. This sounds to me almost like it could be played behind a montage of troops moving about. And indeed, I would love to... Oh my gosh. Okay. And, sorry, I just got distracted by moderating the chat. Okay, let's go ahead and change gears here. Talk about Indescribable Unease. Let's check it out. Type a 3 if you're still with me. Type a 3 if you're enjoying this stream. Type a 3 if you're ready to keep rocking and rolling with this Xenoblade Chronicles 3. Type a 3. Let me see those 3s in the chat. Okay, I'll listen to it. Now, as a teacher and a lover, a passionate lover of music, I will tell you that I am always going to give you the same amount of in-depth breakdown for every single song, regardless of whether I personally like it or not. I find that to be a very valuable thing. That's one of my personal values. Songs like this, I have a little bit of a hard time giving you concrete things because this is really just not up my alley. I mean, it sounds very mysterious. Let's talk about it's making it mysterious. Number one, the very high, like right here, playing these piano notes very high, and it's also two tracks of pianos, or it could be one person with two hands indeed, playing these piano notes that are not quite in sync together. Yeah, two hands. And then combined with these sound effects here, it's just a feeling of unease. Mysteries going down. Someone's doing something they shouldn't be doing. Someone's setting up intrigue and plots, perhaps. We're witnessing someone do something nefarious, perhaps in a cutscene. Or indeed, we're exploring something. We're on a investigation mission, something like that. But the incredible unease does indeed make me feel incredibly uneasy. The indescribable unease. So go ahead and type a 2 in the chat if this also makes you feel pretty uneasy. Let's check out Iris Network. Ooh, that was cool. Love it. And here's the loop. Okay, we're going to bring it back to the beginning, and I'm going to break down for you what's going on here. This is a really cool song with some very, very interesting chords that I'm very excited to bring to you. Okay, so right here we have an F minor 7 to a D major 7, a F minor 7 to a D flat major 7, a F minor 7 to a D flat major 7 to a C minor. So you have 1, 6, 1, 6 to 5 minor. D flat. So right there was D flat, C minor, D flat, C minor, back to F. So it's 6, 5, 6, 5, 1. 4, 5, 6, 2. Okay, so then to B flat in first inversion, which is going to be our 4, but major this time, and then likely with leading tone leading us to something that's E flat, E flat major, E fully diminished 7 to F minor, to G flat major 7. And that's about it for the chord progression. But right there, that is so cool. So B flat minor, C minor. Maybe I got the order wrong there. Let's pull back. So B flat. Yeah, to C minor. To D flat major 7. To B flat first inversion. E flat, E fully diminished 7 back to F minor. So what's happening here is that the chords are walking up let's check that out again. That's what's happening in the lowest note of the chords. And so we can call this a bass line. And the bass line is walking up. And you can feel that the bass line in and of itself creates tension and then resolution. And the tension happens here, here, here. This is the most tension, and then resolution back. And if we pair that with the chords, oh, it's such a beautiful chord progression, such a beautiful movement to bring us back home to the F. All right, type of 3 for Xenoblade Chronicles 3 if you're ready to go on to disc 2. Type of 3 for Xenoblade Chronicles 3 if you're ready to keep rocking and go on to disc number 2. Let's go! All right. Let's do this thing. We're going to run straight into Alfeto Valley. Personally, I would prefer Alfredo Valley with a side of chicken, but I will save my lunch cravings for another time. G is 1. Oh! Parallel major. I was expecting that the first time around. I figured for sure it wasn't going to come the second time around. Okay. So, complete shift from disc 1. In disc 1, we heard a lot of E being 1. We heard C being 1. We heard A being 1. Indeed, we even heard F being 1. Here, for the first time, I believe, in the soundtrack so far, we're hearing G as being 1. And this change of which letter of the musical alphabet is 1 is part of what's giving us a shift, a different sound, a different feeling, and indeed showing a different biome, a different area, a different arena, however you would like to call it. Now, there's some interesting chords going on here, so we're going to pull it back, and I'm actually going to break down for you what's happening in terms of the chords. So keep in mind, G is going to be 1, A2, B flat in this case is 3, C4, D5, E flat is 6, F is going to be 7, and we're going to get rockin' and rollin'. We're not going to go through the whole thing, just some of it. And I'm going to talk you through what's happening. This is G, this is 1. E flat. E flat major 7. D minor. Back to 1, G minor. Sorry, I can't help me turn it up. C minor 4. B flat, flat 3. A flat, flat 2, A flat major 7. To 5, sus 4, when the chord is sus. To 5, 7. Going to 1. E flat, C minor, C minor, B flat. All right, some cool stuff there. I'm just waiting for us to find a song, that has a little bit more kick to it, but that was beautiful, 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 beautiful. Let's see what happens here. What stays the same in the night versus the day theme? Let's get it rockin' and rollin'. And by the way, if you're just joining us, my name's Dan. I'm a music teacher, and this is the first time I've ever heard Xenoblade Chronicles 3. So I'm going to break down the music, explain some things, you're going to learn some things along the way, we're going to have some fun. Let's keep it going. All right. G minor. To F. I missed one chord there. Oh. Nailed it! Okay, what did I nail? At the end, it ended on the parallel major. So G minor was the one the whole way through the song until the very last moment of the song, at which point it ended. Just like the day theme, and the parallel major, which means it ended on a G major. Delightful, beautiful, lovely. We're going to keep going to Nearing the Enemy. Alright guys, I gotta do something here. This was so cool. Permit me to go back and do this one again. Type a 2 in the chat if and when you start enjoying what is about to happen. Type a 3 if you'd prefer if I just went to the next song, so I can hear your feedback. Ooh, many of you would just prefer if I go to the next one, yes? Okay. I'll tell you what. We'll fast forward a little bit. I just want to try that out and see how that worked. Again, if you prefer if I just go on to the next song, let me know. If you don't want to hear me, like, you know, playing every once in a while. Now, I forgot the numbers I put to it. So, real talk, type a 2 if you'd prefer if I didn't take guitar solos and just went on to the next one. Type a 3 if you enjoyed the guitar solos. So, type a 2 if you prefer if I didn't do guitar solos and just kept going. Type a 3 if you enjoyed it. Sorry, I forgot about the numbers the first time. Ah, some 3s. Okay. I see some 2s. God rest you merry gentlemen. We've heard that figure a couple times. Okay, thank you very much, Return of the Space Cowboy, for donating $20.78. You can donate. There's a Streamlabs link in the description of this video, and you can upvote your favorite OST that you would like for me to react to next as your way of supporting this channel. Now, let's talk about Impending Crisis, because in Impending Crisis, we can hear this idea of two notes being right next to each other, creating so much tension. And indeed, the two notes we hear is essentially a C and a D flat. Now we can hear the C and the D flat being used first to set the tension and then to even increase the tension when, oh my gosh, this was really genius work here. So here, what you're hearing is C, D flat, C, and because the C and the D right next to each other in the alphabet, there's going to be tension there. C, 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 D flat, C, 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 D flat, C, C. So, lots of C's, lots of D flats. Now here's where it gets really cool. This is wild stuff here. We have that bomb. God rest you merry gentlemen. Christmas Carol. Now, see? Again. C, with that, it sounds like maybe a, what's it called? A tenor trombone there? Or a baritone trombone, excuse me. And so right here, you have, it sounds like maybe the French horns playing a D flat. And this is actually going back, guys, this is so cool, full circle moment. Do you remember when I first introduced the idea of dissonance to you? It was because we had two notes that were right next to each other. Now, these two notes, the main note and then one note down. One note just a little lower. This time, we have the main note and one note a little bit higher, creating the tension here. And right here, you can hear both the D flat and C at the same time. That's one of the reasons why this sounds so dissonant. It's because you can hear the, oh, type it 2 in the chat if this is dissonant to you. This is what's happening in the music right here. We have a C and also a D flat at the same time. Type it 2 if that sounds pretty darn dissonant. Dang, that's dissonant. Yeah, pretty dissonant. Wild Speaker says, is disgusting. And that's your audience vote for today. Now let's keep going with immediate threat. Like a 7/8 in there. Heck yes. Oh my gosh. Bravo! Bravo! That was sick. That was sick. That was so good. 10 out of 10. 5 stars. Macaroni and cheese with bacon. I mean, just like as good as it gets. As good as it gets. You said, someone just said, just you wait. You're telling me that, all right, real talk. Real talk. Type a 2 in the chat. Type a number 2 if I ain't seen nothing yet after listening to this song. No. No. Oh my gosh. Real talk. Some soundtracks, this is the climax. Like this is the top of the top. This is disc 2. Disc 2 of 9. And chat saying, oh my gosh. Easily my favorite track so far. I'm always biased. I love rock things. I love progressive things. Oh my gosh. Oh, that was so good. That was so good. All right, hang on. I'm not even paying attention to the time signature here. Okay, let me try and figure out what's actually going on with the drums here, with the rhythm, because it's very interesting stuff. Yeah, so it's like there's a measure of 7/8 in there. So it's like 4/4, 7/8, then back to 4/4. That's sick. Yeah, 4/4, 7/8. Great call, Evil's Bane. Yep, well done. Yeah, those 7/8s in there are just delicious. Okay, so why is 7/8 so cool, and why am I geeking out about it? Okay, so let's understand this, because we haven't talked about rhythm so far in this reaction, so we should do that. The most common way music is presented rhythmically is called 4/4. This is most common. In fact, it's so common, it's sometimes even called common time. Now, in 4/4, we count as 1, 2, 3, 4. And actually give you an example here along with the music. I'm going to count 1, 2, 3, 4 as the music plays. 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Type a 1 in the chat if you can hear that my counting is lining up with the music. Even if you don't know music, you can hear the pattern of how there's a repeating pattern. Every time I say 1, it feels like the pattern starts again. I'll do it one more time for you. 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. So this is the most common way music is presented. Is in 4/4. We count 1, 2, 3, 4, and the pattern of the music agrees with this 4/4 going around. And I'm not going to get too much further in other than to say that the pattern agrees with 4. Okay. Now, these 4 counts, in music we call these beats. B-E-A-T-S, beats. Now, there's 4 beats. The 4 counts are each 4 beats. Now, these 4 beats can be divided into 2 equal parts each, which gets just 8 parts. So I'm going to go ahead and now count with the division. And so when I count the division, instead of saying 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, I'm going to say 1 and, 2 and, 3 and, 4 and. So every time I say and, that's going to evenly divide the time between the 1, the 2, the 3, the 4, and then the 4, and then the next one. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and. Okay, so what we have there is 1 and 2 and 3, and that's a total of 8. That's a total of 8. And now what's going to happen in this next section is it's going to alternate between groups of these 4/4, where there's 8 divisions, and then sometimes they're going to take just the last division off. Excuse me, I was holding up 9 fingers. Where there's 8 divisions, and then they're going to take 1 division off at the end, so that there's 7 divisions instead of 8. And so this gives you a little bit of a stutter step, because your ear's so used to hearing, not only does the composer give you 4/4 down the middle right here, but you're also used to hearing 4/4 because you hear it all the time in almost every music you listen to. Well, unless you're, big into game music, big into film music, then you might be used to hearing other time signatures too. But with that being said, let's keep going. 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. So I just counted there with the 1, 2, 3, 4s. Now I'll count the 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. And you'll hear I'm not going to say the and after the 4 for the group of 7. So I'm going to say 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, 1. There's not going to be 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and. We're going to take the last and away. 1, 2 and 3 and 4. 1, 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. 1, 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2. You hear it right there. It said 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, 1. So we took the last and away from the end of the group of 8. And that creates a feeling of uncertainty, of timing, and throws you off for sure. And that's also, if we think about it on a fundamental level, what is a video game other than timing that throws you off and difficult to understand timing? And the more difficult it is to understand the timing in a video game, the harder the boss fight is. And we could think about this with any boss fight in any video game. It's timing that is not intuitive, and that is what makes it difficult. And speaking as a musician, whenever I'm playing a boss fight, my first thing is to just watch the boss and figure out the timing of the boss, and then I work backwards, and then I figure out how to beat the boss after first observing the timing. Okay, let's keep this thing going. Thank you very much for the super chat, DE Domain. I will read out all super chats at the end of the stream. Okay, let's keep this going with the Two Off-Seers. Not to be confused with 20% off at Sears. Wow. I don't even know what to do with that, other than to walk you through some of the music of what happened there. So, let's take it back to the beginning. So, clearly some kind of battle, some kind of contention. So in this case, A is going to be R1. Then going to E, so A to E, 1 to 5. And again, hanging out in the E area here. Oh, and then just distortion. Tension. Now this sounds like maybe we're heading into a second phase of a boss fight perhaps here. Now B is 1. F sharp. G sharp. A. Back to G sharp. So now the two Off-Seers, I imagine there's two people, and I did indeed see in chat, someone said that there's two people fighting here, and you can hear that because of the two tonic areas. And it seems to me, based on the music, that these two people are either related, have similar styles, or belong to the same sect, religion, belief system, come from the same town. There's something very similar to these two, but just a little bit different. How do I know this? Because the first sound was in A. A was 1, and then we went to down right next to the neighbor, which was G sharp, which is the neighbor note, which is very similar in everything. Everything sounds similar. All right, so are these, they fulfill the same role in opposing armies. Same position, two different sides, both have the same job, and they're very connected. Yep, there you go. That's what the music is saying. That's the story that the music is telling. All right, let's check out Suffocating Reverberation. Oh. Okay, so I think what's interesting about this piece is it sounds like there is the suffocating. I can hear it. It's because it's the music moves from minor chord to minor chord over and over again. There's no reprieve until the very end. It feels like maybe this is a level where you have perhaps a time-based thing where maybe you need to move around, I don't know, gas, or you need to move through water, somewhere where perhaps you can't breathe, and it's like there's no real rest, and finally you get to a place where you can rest. Maybe I'm reading it wrong, but that is what it sounds like to me. Let's go ahead and pull this back and talk about what's going on here in the music a little bit. Yeah, no correct choice. It's like C minor. To B minor, back to C minor. And the thing is that the music above the chords is not quite agreeing with the chords, and that's what's creating a lot of friction and uncertainty and feeling like there's no good way to go. There's this dissonance that keeps on getting ahead of you. There's always something that's ahead of you in terms of the dissonance. Now we're at E minor. E minor major 7. Back to E minor. That was E minor 7 to E minor major 7. Back to E minor. And so what we heard there was a little bit of reggae remix on the fly for Suffocating Reverberation, because why not? Abandon all not reggae, all ye who enter here. We found our way. And so what was happening here was we had an E minor major 7, to an E minor 7, back to an E minor major 7. Ooh, delightful. Okay, let's get this thing going with Ouroboros Awakening. And if you don't know how an Ouroboros sounds when it awakens, it sounds like this. Because its tail is... and it's sleep apnea. Anyway. All right, Ouroboros Awakening. Okay, let's go back and see what was going on in this here. Ouroboros waking up. Let's off with G. G is 1. G minor specifically. G minor again. We're all in G minor here. F sharp major. To B flat minor. Keep that minor 7 in there. To D minor. To C. C sharp to C. C minor. Going to G, back to G. I mean, what a wild ride so far. F minor. To E flat major. To B flat in first inversion. To D flat. To E flat. Back to F minor. Kind of maybe a little bit more like G minor at the time. E flat, E flat. Back F minor. So, quite a harmonic journey, this Ouroboros Awakening. Wild stuff. A beautiful, beautiful chord progression. And I really loved it. Let's go ahead and keep rocking and rolling with Moebius Battle. Well, maybe you guys don't want to hear that. I don't know. Yeah. All right, here we go. Oh, come on, light down, please. Oh, that was sick. Oh, I love it. All right, come on now. I don't know what was with the monkey paw right at the end there, but everything else, I'm just joking. That was sick. That was amazing. You're going to get a Moebilovania Moebius Battle remix right here, right now, live and in real time if I can pull this off. Let's see if I can do this. All right, wish me luck. Ah! Okay. It does work, though. Okay. All right. So, that's... How did I just do what I just did? Well, you're training, music theory, and then knowing other music. So what I did is I heard the chords that were being played in Moebius Battle right at the end there, and I knew that those same chords work with Moebilovania. And in fact, we're going to do that one more time because I want to do some wah pedal. I also want to turn my guitar up a little bit because I could hardly hear my guitar. Type a 2 in the chat for one more time through this remix of Moebilovania and Moebius Battle. Type a 3 if you'd rather not. Type a 2 if you want this remix. Type a 3 if you'd rather not. Type a 2 if you want this remix. Type a 2 in the chat. All right, let's do this thing. Okay. All right. Okay, let's keep this thing going with Against the World. Okay. Alright, let's pull this back, and I'm going to break this down for you as we go, tell you what's actually happening here in the music. Okay, so it started off on G minor. Now we're in A minor. Started G minor, now we're A minor. Now things are moving. G minor. So essentially it's going 1 to 5. Now A minus 1, excuse me. A minor, first inversion, to 5, E7. A minor. More A's. A's for days. Back to G. G minor now. G first inversion. To F major. E minor. E flat major. C minor to. Oh, I lost that for C minor, sorry. D minor. Okay, and then wait, there's a walkie up thing, so let me catch that. Alright, so there we're going. Yeah, what we're calling the C. Let's see what we're calling the C. And this is another ascending bass line here. You know, we'll call it a C minor. And that's about what's going on there in Against the World. Let's keep this going with A Life Woven Together. Type a 4 in the chat for underwater basket weaving. Type a 4 in the chat if you are a fan of underwater basket weaving. flat to B flat. Now we're going to C minor. B flat. A flat. Major 7. B flat with an add 2. C minor. To A minor. To B flat. Major 7. F to C, B flat, to D, B flat. D is 1 now. Wow. And I mean, you could hear how many different chords were in this. This is showing us a life. This is showing so many different stages of life, so many different people in our life, so many different, if we think of a life as inputs, so many different inputs. And then outputs, maybe also we could think of a life as being, right? You know, we input information, we input, we input information, we output information. It's kind of like what life is, right? And this does indeed sound like a life woven together. Many different parts. Perhaps this is indeed a cutscene where we're seeing different points in a person's life. Chad, I'd love to know if I'm on the money with that. It'd be very cool to know. Am I on the money that this is a cutscene? We're seeing different parts of someone's life, or perhaps a montage of sorts going through different things. Not exactly seeing their life. End of a life. Okay. So maybe if it's the end of a life, it could be representing all the different feelings you have, like when someone leaves, when someone passes away, there's many different feelings that you feel. It's not just sadness. It's a very complex thing that we feel inside of ourselves. Well, and then this next, I think, ties it on with A Life Sent On. So let's actually move forward and check out A Life Sent On. Sorry. Ah! This is going to make it to our very first piece of music we heard this whole OST. But changing a little bit. We'll go back and grab that. Okay, so this is actually very similar, in fact, nearly identical to the first piece we listened to. Yeah. A minor, F, G, and indeed, okay, so we can hear that. Now, if we go back to what we were just listening to, which was A Life Sent On. Same thing. A minor, F, C, to G. D minor to B flat to A minor to, oh, I lost the last one. To A, no. Yeah, to a D in first inversion. No, hang on. A minor. There, to the D in first inversion. F. G. And there we go. So a very interesting way of navigating it. Let's break that down. So we're going to say C is 1. So we go to D minor, which is 2, to B flat, which is flat 7, to A minor, which is 6, to D in first inversion, which is beautiful, by the way, which then creates this half step motion back down to F. Now, what is it that I mean by first inversion? Well, let's talk a little bit about our numbers and letters again. So we have A, B, C, D, E, F, G, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Now, the way we can think about this is let's use C again. So we go C, D, E, F, G. So we have C, E, and G. We can think about this as being 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And when we play 1, 3, and 5 together at the same time, that creates a major chord. Ah, there we go. There's our major chord. Now, what happens if we take this C, we now make it the highest note? So remember how we went up A, B, C, D, E, F, G, A? How the second A is higher than the first A? Well, it's the same thing with C's. This is a low C. This is a higher C. And so what happens is if we take this C and we bump it up here, so instead of having C, E, G, so instead of having 1, 3, 5, we have 3, 5, 1, 3, 5, 1. That's called an inversion of a chord. And when we have more than 2 notes together at the same time, or sometimes even more than 1 note together at the same time, 2 notes or more is a chord. And so what we're doing here is we're changing the order of the notes of the chord. And so first inversion means we took the lowest note of the chord and we made it the highest note. So the second lowest note is now the lowest note. So that's D in first inversion. So the second note of the D chord, it was an F sharp, is actually now the lowest note. Let's check out Quiet Intrigue. Okay. Well, other than losing us 40 viewers, what else do I have to say about Quiet Intrigue? Well, it was quiet, and there was clearly a lot of intrigue going on. Oh boy. Okay, so yeah, some interesting things going on there. Interesting use of the flute. Interesting use of some cymbal sound effects and things like that. But other than that, I think we just go on to Hostile Colony. How about that? Okay, let's go. Sorry. Oh. B flat. Okay, so let's take a look at this and understand how, again, neighbor notes are going to build up the tension. So here we go. We're going from D to E flat to D. D is right next to E in the alphabet. They're very close. C sharp to D. C right next to D. We're going neighbor above, neighbor below. And then I called out the chords as we went. So let's keep this thing rocking and rolling with Hostile Colony. Not dynamic, just Hostile Colony. Oh yeah. We're gonna let it go straight into everyday life. Let's keep this going. Straight into everyday life. Let's do this thing. Ooh. Beautiful everyday life. Let's back up and actually understand what was going on here in the music. C, D, E minor, to F major, C, D, E7 to E minor, F. So then we have F to D in first inversion to G to an E in first inversion, which then brings us back to C, which is really interesting because the E in first inversion actually would normally bring us to an A minor, but instead of going to A minor, it goes to C. actually not quite. Let's play that back. That's really an A, G sharp fully diminished, or G sharp fully diminished. G sharp diminished or G sharp fully diminished. 7 to an A sus to a G sus when the chord is sus. It's not a meme, it's a real thing. E flat, A minor, G minor, C major, B flat, major, A minor, D minor, B flat, to C, to A7, to D minor. And we'll call it there for our analysis of what's going on in everyday life. Let's go on to the bereaved and those left behind. Stick with us. We have 2 more tunes to go for this stream. Don't miss them. Ooh. A minor's 1. G major, F major, C to D, to D minor, D first inversion there, F, G sus, to G, B flat there. Hang on, I missed those real quick. So that's an A sus 2 to a G minor 9 to a C7 9 right to a D in first inversion. Oh, that's wild. Okay, so from the D in first inversion, it's a D in first inversion 9, so there's a lot of 9 chords here. Not even sure what that chord is. Oh my gosh. Lord have mercy. We stumped Dan. Oh, E flat major 7. No duh. I didn't think of a 7th. Ooh. And we're going to go ahead and give that a rest there before I sit here and make you, like, you know, I don't want you to sit here for like 200 years while I figure out these chords. But there you go. That's some of what's going on in there. And that was really some really cool things. Like the G minor 9 to the C7 9 to the D in first inversion 9. Wild stuff. Beautiful. Real quick, before we listen to this last one, I do not run ads on this channel. I did not interrupt this stream at any point in time to give you any other information other than the music, so please like, subscribe, crush that notification bell, and share this stream with a friend who you think might enjoy it. That's my only ask for you. Let's check out Off-Seer. Here we go. I didn't finish. What do you mean I didn't finish? Now I'm being told I didn't listen to the last half of the last track, which I don't know what happened in my brain that didn't happen, so let's go check that out. Sorry, guys. Starting off with our Ecstasy of Gold. Okay, and that's where it ended. So one thing I want to point out is actually a rhythmic figure and melodic figure that was brought up both in this piece and many times over, at least in these first 2 discs of this OST, and that is... You can hear the piano doing that here. Now, we heard it also in minor. Well, also in major context with this, with a half step instead of a whole step. We've heard it. We've heard that quite a few times so far in this OST, so it'll be interesting to hear how that comes back, because that in and of itself is a motif, at the very least a rhythmic motif, and we could also say a melodic motif indeed, because we keep on having the starting note going up, starting note down, up. Yeah, they do it a lot with the flutes. Yes, that's correct. Here we go with Millick Meadows. Oh, okay. Take me out. Wow. What a journey we go on in Millick Meadows. Indeed, transitioning from the parallel minor to, well, the parallel major, but not in a way you might expect. No, indeed. So what happens here throughout this entire piece is we have what we think is home base. I'd be very curious what the composer's trying to represent with this change in the music. So first, I'll explain the change in the music, and then maybe I'll take some guesses, some shots in the dark, if you will, about what's actually happening at this point in the video game, just based off the music alone. So what we can hear is we're in the key of F sharp. So that's the sound of home for us in this entire piece of music. Now, what's interesting is that much of the time, our home base has that F sharp sound, but it's this sad sound, this thoughtful sound. It's almost like it's kind of like a rainy day type of sound. Ba ba ba. Right? This sad feeling. And then halfway through this piece of music, it changes. And our home base sound becomes triumphant, happy, proud, standing tall against the odds, just by changing the way that the home base sounds. So, check this out. Here's our home base. So you can hear that ba 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 is fitting our home base. Now, halfway through it changes. Here it comes. Right there. Right there. The whole vibe changes. Everything changes. All bets are off. What you thought you knew doesn't exist. So maybe there's some part that is hidden in Millick Meadows. Maybe there's a corner you turn and all of a sudden you see the site of something built by an ancient civilization. Maybe there's, let's see, in the last Xenoblade, I think there was things where people were floating on different areas. Maybe there's something where you discover that something's floating in a way. Something's going on in Millick Meadows that is, I don't know, maybe it's talking about the people. Maybe the music's talking about how proud and like upstanding the people are. Chat, let me know what's actually going on in Millick Meadows, because there seems to be some duality. There's something where one thing is here and then it kind of changes. Let's see. Chat is now catching up. Oh my goodness. Okay. So I'm not seeing anything here to confirm that. So we're just going to go ahead and move forward. Okay, here we go. Let's check out the evening. Oh, it's the taste of freedom. Okay. All right. So we hear, just like, and here's what's really cool. Just like we heard the minor to major in it was the triumphant, victorious, and the tired, defeated, or whatever it was. Back in disc 1, we heard that major minor. We're hearing here that minor sound, this pensive sound, is like war, trial, tribulations, whereas this major sound is like happiness, able to live. Very interesting. All right, let's keep it going. Yellow Major again. Okay, so what we hear is one of the things that's making this different between the day and the night is that the night is actually a little lower sounding. The day is up here, ba, 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 and then the night is ba, ba, ba. So type a 1 in the chat if you can hear that this is a higher sound than this. This sounds higher than this. Type a 1 in the chat if you can hear that this is high, this is low. And so what the composer's doing there is not only lowering the sun, lowering the energy, right? The energy of the day. It comes down at night. Everything slows down at night. We're hearing this not only in the key being brought down low, so the whole music sounds just a little bit lower. And yes, it's kind of a simple way of explaining it, but it's also an effective way of explaining it. And then also in addition to that, the music's a little bit slower itself. Now we heard a similar thing where the music halfway through changed from this pensive sound, this sound we could associate with, well, loss and fear and strife and all the sort of darker sides of our human experience. Whereas this sound right here evokes more of the happier relaxation sides of our human experience. And having those two sounds changed, and indeed hearkening all the way back to disc number 1, where we were talking about the, and again, I'm sorry I'm going to butcher the title of this, but it was like the tired, victorious, and the something defeated. Right there, we can see that these parallels being drawn out throughout the game. Real quick, I don't run any ads on these streams, so please go ahead and just, my only ask is you share this with a friend who you think might enjoy this. So please, if you're watching, click that share button, share it with someone. Okay. Why, you ask? Well, so we can have other people enjoy music more and enjoy the magic of understanding video game music. That's why. Okay, let's keep on going to a Formidable Enemy. Let's check it out. Okay, well, that's my favorite song so far on this OST. That is, wait for it, a combination of disco, jazz, funk, metal, progressive rock, and fusion. That was one of the most creatively awesome things I think I've ever heard, hands down. And by the way, when I say creatively awesome, that's also me talking personally, because I just love music that's like this. It's a little aggressive. It's a minor being that sadder sound. This is G minor is the key here. And oh my gosh. Sick. Absolutely sick. I'll break down one or two things for you here, just so you can get a little bit more understanding of what's going on here. Oh my gosh. So, the first 9 seconds of this music is already insane. Like, what the bass player is doing there is ridiculous. I don't know that I've ever heard a bass player do exactly that before. And then, throughout this, the way that the strings start here, these sound like sort of disco type strings. You know, I won't say that they sound like Studio 54 or anything like super fastball in the middle, but they're reminiscent disco Studio 54 type strings in the sense that they're all playing one melody line. They're doing it in unison or in octaves, and it's syncopated, it's minor. I mean, those are the connections for you there. But that's where it stops. Because especially in the first half of the song, these strings do not keep doing this Studio 54 straight down the middle fastball disco thing we think they're going to do. No. Starting right there. It's combining elements of like horror movie strings. Like we listened to, let's see, in Elden Ring, the OST for Elden Ring, you can hear a lot of these ideas in the string parts in Elden Ring, which you wouldn't normally expect in this sort of disco type song. So, sorry, add horror to all the previous genres I said before, that litany of genres, add horror to that as well. Wow. Someone's going to think of being that creative? I'm going to say wow. Wow. Let's check out Eagus Wilderness. That's insane. That's gone on my personal playlist. Look, no questions asked. That's ridiculous. B minor to G. To an A. I think D is kind of an A. parallel major. Wow. Oh, sorry, it's not over. Sorry. Okay, so let's actually go on a little music theory ride here and break this theme down. So we're in the key of B minor. So B is going to be our 1, which means C is 2, in this case C sharp, D is 3, E is 4, F, in this case F sharp is 5, G is flat 6, A is flat 7. There we had a little bit of a C natural there, but that's just an intro to set the mood. Once we hit here, it's B minor, this is our 1 chord, this is our home. Now we go to G, this is the flat 6. This is sort of home, but not quite. A, this is a little bit of movement. This is our subtonic. To our median. To the 5 of 1, which is going to be our most tension-filled area. So this and this are both different versions of home. This is like home, this is like home, just a different color of home. But this only wants to go to one place, in simple terms, and that is back home. So this is the tension that musically pushes us to reach back home. And indeed, just like in any good video game story or movie, you have moments of tension and then relaxation and then tension building. Then sometimes there's fake outs, jump scares, if you will. Back to G. So starting in B minor, going to G. To A. G. To A. And twice there we had a B sus4 leading us to a B minor. And there we have a B major. which is the parallel major. So that's taking us out of that feeling of, oh, woe is me, oh, it's a sad sound, oh, it's an autumn day, this minor sound, this minor feeling, and bring us to this, oh, happy day, major feeling. Let's check out this wilderness night theme. Oh. So we're going to go on a search now for the name of that instrument. Duduk, perhaps, says someone. Let's see. I've seen it before. I don't know the name of it. Maybe at Suona. That might be it. Okay, let's check that out. Oh yeah, I'd buy that. Minor. Not going to the parallel major. Well, we have some type of double-reeded instrument here playing in the intro. I, unfortunately, am not qualified to tell you exactly which instrument it is. I have some ideas. We found a duduk. We found a shwam. We found many, essentially, from the Asian continent, double-reeded instruments. But no solid reed on... no solid reed on which it is. That being said, let's talk about some interesting connections here between the day theme and the night theme, and not just this day theme and night theme, but also the previous day theme and night theme we've had here on Disc 3. So in Millick Meadows Day and Millick Meadows Night, we had a change of Millick Meadows Day was here, Millick Meadows Night was here, slightly lower. We actually see the same thing being played out between Eagus Wilderness day theme, and then the night theme is actually lower as well. So we're seeing a pattern so far in the way in which the composer is expressing day themes and night themes. Essentially, it's a similar idea, but just brought down to a lower sound, perhaps indeed to represent the lowering of night, the lowering of temperature, the lowering of body heat, to fall asleep, all the different things that could be lowered at night. Let's check out Suspicion. Oh, what an interesting journey we went on here. So, essentially, Suspicion is tethered. The entire song is tethered between two focal points, and oscillating between these two focal points musically in this entire piece of music gives us a feeling of extreme tension. And then even when we think things are resolving, they're not quite, which would give us a feeling of suspicion, because if you ever felt suspicious, it's hard to be relaxed and also suspicious. Normally, when you're suspicious, you're not relaxed. And so this music actually translates this for us. So we go back and forth between two of the strongest musical sounds that you can have to create a feeling of tension and resolution. But when we get to the resolution, we never quite hit home. And I'll show you how and why. So we start off here with our home sound. The sound that's going to feel like our home base is going to be a G minor sound. So G in this case is going to be 1. So if G is 1, then instead of going to H, we'll go back to A. So G is 1, A is 2, B is 3, C is 4, D is 5, E is 6, F is 7. So anytime I say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, it's going to be in relation to those letters. So we have G is 1. Now we essentially go to the 5, which is D, D, back to 1. We hear that? Ba, ba, da, ba, da, ba, da. So within the G. There's this feeling of it's unsettled. It's not coming to rest, even when we think we've made it back home to the 1 with movements. Does this sound like we're home? No. This sounds like we're home, and we came home and the door was open, and we're walking around the house with a crowbar going, shall we ourself? You're suspicious. Again, 5. Building. Lots of tension on the 5. Then coming back to this 1 area, but it's not really 1. So whenever a piece of music alternates between 1 and 5, this is the most basic place your ear can go. And indeed, we can use G being a 1, D being 5, changing the G to major. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. So we can even see there we have 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 5, 1, 5, 1. And so the 5, 1, 5, 1 that's programmed into us from the time that we're children with basic music is hearing it as being the most fundamental points you can oscillate between. And here in Suspicion, instead of going, twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. It's like if we went, twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. Doesn't feel nearly as restful, doesn't feel nearly the same as like we're coming home. And so by changing the sounds, by changing the feeling of the 1 and the 5, these fundamental pillars, the composer has changed and taken something that normally would feel like home and feel certain and completely taken home, the idea of home, and made it feel uncertain, like something we cannot count on anymore. Let's check out Sun-Dappled Glade. That was a wild ride. I had a hard time keeping up with the chords, so that was crazy. As a little exercise also for you, I'm going to go back and tell you what chords are playing in this, and Lord have mercy, let's see if I can get through the first half of it. Here we go. So we think C is 1. Not only do we think C is 1, we think C major. To like an F minor 6. C major. F minor 6. Back to C. And that, by the way, that we're hearing in the melody, we've been hearing this rhythmic figure throughout this OST. We've been hearing it so much in so many different songs. Now all of a sudden we're in the parallel minor, we're in C minor, we've gone through this door. We're up to this point. We've been hanging out with C major, then all of a sudden we get to A flat major, and then we come back and all of a sudden what we thought was home and happy is now home and sad. So I'm not sure what's gone down in this here Sun-Dappled Glade, but I have a feeling it's quite a story, quite an emotional story. That, or there was not a lot going in the story, and they were the composer like, look, you got to do something. But it seems to me that there's a lot of history, perhaps, in this Sun-Dappled Glade, or something went down, man. I'd love to hear feedback from you in the chat if you can tell me if I'm on the money that something indeed significant went down in this here Sun-Dappled Glade, that maybe though it's safe and sunny now, there's a bittersweet memory, or something bad happened in the past in this Sun-Dappled Glade. What do you mean? I didn't finish the song? I missed the end of the song. Sorry. Thought I listened through all the way to the end. Oh, it's because I thought it ended before this. Thank you. Well, Daniel Sanchez said the character reflects on the fact they'll not be able to visit the Glade next year as bad things are about to happen. That's what it sounds like. That is indeed what it sounds like. Okay. Also, I got distracted. I was going to go through the chords. So forgive me if I'm a little ADHD. I have the best of intentions in my heart. There's that thing. Okay, let's break down this chord progression because this is fascinating stuff. Really creative. Not that everything else up to this point hasn't been really creative. I'm just remarking on the creativity of this here chord progression. Now, I know I've not been breaking a lot of things down for this because this is part 2. There is a part 1. If you go watch that, I did break down a lot of music theory ideas, but I don't think what I broke down before was a chord progression. So what is a chord? A chord is when we take a sound like this. This sound is a note, and we take 2 or more notes, we put them together at the same time. That creates a chord. Now, if we take multiple chords of these sounds like this, and we put them all together, that creates a progression or a series of chords that altogether make up a chord progression. So the way in which composers craft the order of the sounds of their music can be very interesting because they can do it in very creative ways, as we can see here. So I'll break this down for you as we go. I'm just going to turn my headphones up just a scotch, so excuse me while I awkwardly duck away out of view of the camera. Awkward. Okay. Okay, so this is setting us up to go to C. Indeed, C minor is 1. So if C is 1, then D is 2, E is 3, F is 4, G is 5. We don't go to H, we go straight back to A is 6, B is 7. This gives me an A flat and a B flat. That's a major 4 in first inversion. I like to call it the Rivers in the Desert chord because, well, we heard it there first on this channel. Not the first time I ever heard it in my life, but this channel. So, so that sound right there, that's the Rivers in the Desert chord, Persona 5. And so we can hear that here. Okay, let's rock this. C minor to B flat to E flat to D flat to F over A to G sus4 to G. Wonderful. Repeat it again. So we have C minor to 1, to B flat, which is flat 7, to E flat, which is flat 3, to D flat, which is flat 2, back to C minor, which is 1, to F major in first inversion, which is 4 essentially, and then that brings us to 5 sus 4 to 5. So cool. I've never heard that order of chords put together in that crazy creative way before. I'm highly confident you haven't either. I mean, if you listen to a lot of video game music and a lot of cinematic music, maybe, but like that's a very original chord progression. That's very cool, and I enjoyed it a lot. Type a 2 in the chat if you also enjoyed that chord progression, and it's also your first time ever hearing that chord progression in your life. Now, I'm having deja vu, and my question is deja vu Moebius again? We get to have Moebius a second time? Wow. Okay. We're going to Moebius again, I guess. Here we go. Moebius, take 2. Let's do this thing. Let me make sure the volume's all the way up. Let's do this thing. Get your game face on, chat. Here we go. There's our Ecstasy of Gold. Okay, a number of cool things. Number one, we heard our, I'm going to call it Ecstasy of Gold motif there, which sounds like we're headed into Ecstasy of Gold. Number two, we heard the We heard that figure again, which is low, high, well, start, high, start, low, start. We've heard this, we've heard it. We've heard it all the different ways you can possibly have this one motif. We've heard it so far. We're gonna hear it too. And then just the idea of, let's get a little distortion on this. Guys, so many OSTs so far that we've listened to have used this idea of just a small ascending minor figure like this to portray a boss or a big fight or the last boss, your final boss. We heard this in Final Fantasy. It was, I forget what it was exactly, but it was something like that. We've heard this in 5 or 6 different OSTs. This idea, or we've heard that for a couple bosses, we've heard for a couple bosses. It's all different flavors of the same idea, and that's creating this feeling of a boss or a fight or a challenge or the big baddie, if you will. Let's understand what's going on there. Is we're starting on a home base note, and then we're going up, up, up. And by going up in this way, in this particular order, it creates a sad sort of minor sound, that feeling of, oh, it's a rainy autumn day, but this time instead of with a chord, which as you will remember, is a bunch of notes put together. A chord is 2 or more notes. We're hearing this with individual notes by themselves, outlining this similar emotional feeling and context. Okay, let's check out Those Who Devour Life. Vegans are like, it's the rest of you. I love you, vegans. I was vegan for like 2 years. Like, it's all love. It's all love. Sounds to devour life too. Okay. You know, I think we get it. Like, beautiful sound design, very creepy, lovely. Let's check out Remorse. Well, they got the singers from Celeste to come in, and that's really cool. Now, something I want to point out here is that this Remorse actually could be connected to Moebius in music alone. Why do I say that? Well, because in Moebius we had, whatever it was. And this D is our home base. Now we can hear in Remorse, D again is our home base. There's also this really cool bass line here that I want to jam with. Sick stuff going on here with D again being the home base. So chat, type a 1 if there's any connection between Remorse and Moebius other than they're in the same game. No, duh, Dan, there's a connection. If there's a connection that's past that, go ahead, type a 1. Because it seems to me that musically, there is indeed a... Musically, the composer's showing a connection between Remorse and Moebius. Well, very cool. Thank you very much, chat. I really do appreciate also you participating because, after all, this is a team sport. By the way, if you have questions, please feel free to pop them in the chat, and I will actually look at your questions and answer them as we go. If you have questions about the music, also, if you'd like to upvote your OST, a different OST to be reacted next, you can do that via Super Chat here live or in Streamlabs if you're watching the video on demand. Streamlabs link is in the video description. And what do those donations go to, you may wonder? Number 1, paying my rent. Number 2, buying my food. Number 3, paying my phenomenal shorts editor to keep on making shorts. Shout out to Pi. All right, so let's keep going with Keves Colony. Just a hint at our ecstasy of gold. Keves. Yeah. Sorry, I slipped. Oh, also, just that little horn part at the end. Delightful. By the way, thank you very much for the Streamlab donation. I did see that come through. I'll read out all donations at the end of the stream. Okay. That being said, I kind of want to do something right now. If you'll indulge me. If you'll indulge me, chat. I want to try something real quick. Alright, I'm done. I just wanted to do that. That felt good. Thanks for hanging out with me while I had a little bit of fun. A little bit of fun. Okay. Let's keep going. So, let's check out what looks to be called, if I'm reading this title correctly and using my pronunciation guide correctly, Keves Colony Night. Oh. Well, what a beautiful sound of Keves Colony Night. Delightful, delightful, delightful. A little less going on in terms of the day theme as we've seen consistently. Now, what's interesting here is that the night theme here was actually fundamentally different from the day theme. Which would lead me to question whether is the night safer, perhaps, in this location? Is there some danger during the day? Maybe pickpockets, bandits, people trying to take advantage of us at bartering markets? Yeah. It's becoming more and more tenuous as I continue to speak. So, the question I'm asking is there something that's more safe about the night in Keves? Keves. No, just a town. Okay. Try Lighting, who seems to be on a little bit of a troll streak today, says, please pronounce it differently every day. Try Lighting, you and I are of a similar mind. More than you might think. That's less busy. Soldiers are sleeping now. Okay. Maybe the dangers of teaching. So, it could be, in fact, that, yeah, a peaceful night theme. Yeah. Cool. Awesome. Let's keep this thing rocking and rolling. We're going to try and get through Disc 4 as well today. So let's check out Encroaching Malice. By the way, if you're just joining us now, you're going to want to hang out to the end because we're going to go all the way to Disc 4. And then I'm going to give you my final recap and reaction to everything we've heard so far, and you don't want to miss that. So let's keep this thing going with Encroaching Malice. Kiwis. While this finishes to play, I have a quick question to ask you, chat. Did you have to get the Keevs to the castle? Okay, so let's keep this thing going. with... You know, everyone's saying boo. I think you really enjoy it. Okay. All right. So, we had to break it on the gas. Okay. So, Encroaching Malice, what do we hear? We heard a couple things, including the whole tone scale tossed in there. Where was it? Well, you know what? Let's just move forward. It was gnarly. It was yeah, let's go. We're gonna go to, oh, my favorite type of steak. We're going to Ribbi Flats. There's no way I got that right. Oh, what does this remind me of? Is this Grieg? Okay. Now, ribeye flats, typically I like my ribeye to have at least an inch on it, something you can really sink your teeth into. But here we can hear some very interesting things going on, one of which is a very nice chord progression that's being very nice to us and creating a very nice feeling. So here we have G is going to be our 1. We don't go to H, we go straight back to A. So G is 1, A is 2, B is 3, C is 4, D is 5, E is 6, and F is going to be 7. And let's jump straight into the meat of this. We start on the 4, we start on C. To G, 1. Back to C, 4. Back to G. So it's 1 4 1 4. Oh, 4 1 4 1. This is C again. To 6, E minor. A minor, 2. To D, 5. Back to 1. And that's about the size of it. And this is one of the easiest tracks we've had so far in terms of really giving us a feeling of safety. I don't feel like there's a lot of danger in these here Ribbi Flats, but maybe that's just me. Let's keep this going with Ribbi Flats Night. Or Ribbi. In this case, A is now going to be 1, instead of G being 1. D, which is 4. Sorry. F sharp minor, which is 6. To B minor, which is 2. To E, which is 5. Oh yes, come on now, guitar. Oh yeah, play that thing. When I first saw my love beneath the moonlight. By the way, this is beautiful music, but I'm going to tell you something that's worth it. Type a 1 in the chat if you heard of this guy named Fabio. Type a 1 in the chat if you've heard of a guy named Fabio. Long hair, was on the front of all the romance novels for decades. Type a 1 if you've heard of Fabio. Okay, you guys have heard of Fabio. Now, type a 2 in the chat if you've heard of Fabio's music career. Type a 2 in the chat if you've heard of Fabio's music career. You guys. Do yourselves a favor. After the stream, go look up Fabio Love Letter. He made an entrance into the music scene. It is not to be missed. It is unique. It's incredible. And so anytime there's a piece of music like this and I start doing narrations with like a little bit of what sounds to be like some kind of European accent, it's 100% inspired by Fabio. I will send you a love letter. Ah, gosh. It's amazing. Okay, let's get focused. Let's get back on task. I know I'm a little ADHD today, but that's okay. I'm a little ADHD every day. We're going to be a little bit more focused when we're going out. We'll talk more about the music. So what we heard in the past two day-night themes a little bit different in the sense that technically we're going up instead of going down into the night theme from the day theme. Now, with that being said, do I know about William Shatner's music career? No, I do not. Am I going to be looking it up after the stream? Yes, I will. Thank you. Okay. let's check out You Will Know Our Names. Okay, let's do this thing. Y'all ready for this? Oh, such a Steve Vai right there. That was sick. That was insane. Okay, so many cool things done here, and actually a little unconventional too. Like, again, I'm saying I've never heard anything like this before in my life. And let me tell you what specifically it is. It's right here. Like, all this fine. Right there. So we have dabba-da-dum, dabba-da-dum, dabba-dubba, shabba-da-dum, shabba-da-da, shabba-dubba, shabba-da-dum, shabba-da-dum, shabba-dubba, shabba-da-dum, shabba-da-da, shabba-dubba. Never heard that riff before. Heard things like it before. Never done quite that way. At that point, I get a little lost, but that's really cool. Some really sick stuff. Beautiful, beautiful energy. Now as we head on into Dannagh Desert, please go ahead and answer this poll question, because I think everyone wants to know what you think. We're all waiting to know what you think. We want to know what you think. What do you think? Make sure you hang out to the end to see my final reaction and summary. You don't want to miss it. Oh yeah. Flat 6. Oh. It's a parallel major. It's a 5. So what we can see throughout this desert, yeah, right here, it's outlining our home base. Our home base here is F, or F minor. Now we can hear throughout this particular piece that we're going to move past the F minor, even though it does stay on F minor for most of the time. Here it changes. F minor. Alright, let's go to where it changes. Here we go. D flat, or 6. To C, or 5. Back to D flat. E flat, F minor. D flat. Parallel major right there. Again, playing between the parallel minor and parallel major we've been hearing all the way since disc 1. Let's check out the night version of this here theme. Oh, interesting. Listen to these reversed sounds here. Yes. Beautiful. Oh, yes. More likely 12/8. Or a fast 3. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Ooh. Sorry, my lips get chapped. So what we're hearing here is very interesting because, right here, reverse sounds. Also, the use of the D natural there as opposed to the D flat. Right there. So, this is the first time, I believe, in this entire OST we've had both the day theme and the night theme be in the same key. They both are in the key of F minor. You can hear, and I'll show you, so this is going to be our home base number 1. And get ready to type a number in the chat because we're going to run a quick poll here. Type a 1 if you can hear that what I'm playing right here agrees with the music. Type a 1 if you can hear that agrees with the music. Okay, now I'm going to play the same sound again with the night. Oh, let's get past this part here to here. You hear that same sound is also agreeing with the night theme. Very interesting. This is the first time we've heard in this OST not such a radical change in terms of key, indeed a radical change in terms of the overall sound, but totally different. Okay, let's keep this thing rocking and rolling with Rae-Bel Tableland. Don't look at me. A minor. Sorry. Oh, what a wild ride we're on. Okay, so let's break down some of what's going on in this here. It's fading out here. Okay. So at the beginning, it builds into an A minor. So we think A is going to be 1. It's not going to stay 1, but it sure starts off as being our 1 here. So A is 1, B is 2, C is 3, D is 4, E is 5, F is 6, G is 7. D sus 4. Okay. Hanging out on A minor. Let's skip forward just a little bit. Still hanging out on A minor here. So we really are getting our ears set to thinking A is 1. F, 6. G, 7. And now all of a sudden, switching to C minor. Now C feels like it's 1. C minor, major 7. Now E minor. Now E feels like it's 1. We're changing where the 1 is over and over and over again. We're changing where we're hearing the 1 as being. Now A flat is 1, because why not? Now E flat minor, D flat minor, to G flat major, back to A flat minor. E flat minor, minor 5. F flat major, and G flat major. Some wild, wild stuff going on there if you're able to track and follow along with how frequently the 1 changed there. That was wild. Let's see what happens in the night version of this here theme. Now going to G minor, so G feels like it's 1. Oh, maybe not. C minor, excuse me. C is 1. My bad. A flat to B flat to C minor. I'm gonna break this one down live as we go. C minor 1. A flat 6. E flat flat 3. To F, which would be 4 major there. A flat. E flat. F again. Back to 1. A flat 6. B flat 7, C minor 1, C minor to B flat, to A flat, back to C minor, to E flat, A flat to B flat, to C minor, to E flat, A flat, E flat, C minor, A flat, C minor, A flat. C flat major. I was like passing through with a B flat in first inversion. Up, there's our F again. Okay, so, well, let's let this finish up. We got about another 20 seconds here. Groove with me, don't go anywhere. So one interesting point and connection between both the Dannagh Desert and the Dannagh Desert Night and the Rae-Bel Tableland, the Rae-Bel Tableland Night, is that in both the Dannagh Desert and Rae-Bel Tableland Night, they have minor chords that go to a flat 6. However, both of them also have one single note that kind of changes the whole feeling of everything. That is a natural 6. Not a flat 6, but a natural 6. Let me explain. So, for example, here in Rae-Bel Tableland, we're in the key of C minor. So we have C, D, E flat, F, G, A flat, B flat, C. This is what we could think of a C natural minor scale is going. But there's something a little special here. Scale degree 6, which was A flat, can actually be brought up to an A natural. So by changing this one note, it already becomes much less threatening, much less morbid, more playful indeed than the A flat. When we have this raised 6th here, well, not raised 6, but natural 6. And we can see that show up in the chord choice of having the F major, because the F major is a product of that raised 6. How is that possible, you ask? Well, the note, one of the key, in fact, arguably the most important note in an F major chord, is that raised, I keep on saying raised, natural 6 note from the C natural minor scale, brought up one little bit. Sad, adventurous. And so by taking that one adventurous note and actually plugging it into this chord, it fundamentally changes and shifts the sound. And we heard that as well in the Dannagh Desert Night. We heard that where it was we were in F minor and we heard a D natural. So there's some connection the composer's making by using these natural 6s in the night themes, which is interesting and bring a very particular sound and particular feeling. I would imagine that perhaps the tableland is right next to the desert because of their proximity in this OST, but also because of the musical connection between the two night themes. Wouldn't the natural 6 make it harmonic if it was C minor? No. Crazy BLT. So real quick, minor scale lesson. So we're going to default and use our default for no other reason other than we need somewhere to start. Well, and also because it's related to the major scale, but we're not going to get into that relationship for today. We're going to start with a C natural minor scale, and let's put some effects on. Let's make this sound cool. This is a C natural minor scale. One more time. Okay, so this is a C natural minor scale. Now, if we raise the 6, it turns to a C Dorian. Now, if we leave the 6 lowered, as it was before, but instead we raise the 7th, ooh. That would be a harmonic minor. Very different vibe, very different feeling, which comes from having the flat 6 and also the natural 7. Okay, let's keep rocking and rolling with Urian Tunnels. Urian Tunnels. I don't know. Chat, permission to cook. Type a 2 if you want to hear this man cook. That's pretty loud. Oh, hang on. I still got something to say. Agree with me here, chat. Agree with me here. Okay. Thank you for allowing me to groove that. All right, let's check out Feronis. Danger level Latin. Wow. Okay, I'm gonna guess Ferranus. We were fighting something made out of iron, or someone who was around a lot of iron in the tunnels, maybe. That or a wolf, perhaps. An iron wolf. Giant iron mech. No, I'm not psychic. I'm just like halfway decent with some etymology. Etymology would be where words come from. And then looking at how things... Okay, it's a giant turtle. A giant iron turtle. Okay, an iron turtle. Okay, which is interesting because if you think about Ouroboros and you think about turtles and we think about like creation myths, which I think Ouroboros has something to do with a creation myth, right? Or Ragnarok, something or other. Well, the turtle, wasn't there some indigenous Americans who said the earth was a turtle? Some culture said the earth was a turtle. Anywho. Tetsu Kyojin. All right. Not all Ferranuses are turtles. Just this particular one happens to be a turtle. Oh, that's pretty cool. Well, this was a delightful piece. High energy. High stakes seemed like a fun fight to go through. Let's check out Confronting Our Past. And there's our that figure we've been hearing this whole time. We'll call it a motif. So we heard, we've been hearing this motif. A motif is a small musical idea that is the smallest recognizable, essentially, the smallest recognizable musical idea. So if I just play this, it's not really a recognizable musical idea. If I play this, that's kind of a recognizable musical idea. Now if I go, that's a recognizable musical idea, as is. So we have all these different versions of this motif here, this idea. And we've heard it in not every single track in this OST, but many of them indeed, thrown about in different places. So what we're going to do is we're going to decide together a name for this right here. So type a 1 in the chat for us to name this, I don't know, Motif 1. Type a 2 in the chat for us to name this Motif A. Type a 3 in the chat for us to name this Motif Pineapple. You decide. Your choice. Is it going to be Motif 1, Motif A, or is it going to be Motif Pineapple? I'm seeing a lot of 3s. I don't know what to tell you. I'm seeing an overwhelming number of 3s. All right, guys. You're going to have to help me out here because we now have Motif Pineapple forevermore in this OST. Now, if I forget it and I say, oh, this motif we've been hearing the whole time, your job is to say, pineapple? Okay, here we go. Let's check out Chain Attack. Yeah, come on, guitar. Alright, we're looping now. Type of 1 to confirm we're looping. All right, we're gonna bring it back to the beginning. We're gonna break some of these things down because this is really cool. So D is 1, just like it was in Moebius, just like it was connected with the other thing that was part of Moebius. G minor, A minor, B flat, G minor, A, B flat, C, and then yeah. Leading tone and perfect authentic cadence, perhaps indeed. Or rather half cadence, ending on the leading tone. Now what's really cool right there is we just went from a D, we just went to a G major. This is another instance of having the natural 6 being the B, because we're in the key of D, having the natural 6 be in place, and then immediately right after this G major, it's gonna switch right back to a G minor. This is really cool. And then right there goes G major to G minor and then walks back up. All right, you guys said I missed the last couple seconds of the song. Let's go check it out. Beautiful. Off-Seer Mio. Now don't leave, because you don't want to miss my final reaction. Yes, pineapple, very good, Christian Ramirez. Yeah, pineapple, pineapple, pineapple. That was beautiful. We're going to go straight into the night theme, and then I'll give you my thoughts on both. Tri-lighting is attributing Xenoblade 3 leading this poll to recency bias. Interesting. Well, I can honestly say that these two pieces of music are convincing me to play this game. Yeah, I'm serious. You wanna know the two pieces of music that have sold me on playing this game? It's Great Cop Falls and Great Cop Falls Night. Real talk. Real talk. I've got a Switch. It's easy to do. But like, that's it. That's it. That's amazing. Why though? Says AFK Musician. It's because of the soul and the heart that was put into these two pieces of music to create a world that feels unlike any other that I've ever known. Real talk. Real talk. You guys do know I do have a document with all the video games I've ever beaten. Like, I don't just do this because like I think video games are cool and they're popular. Like, I actually love video games and I do play them. I've beaten many. Okay. That said, let's keep this thing going. Yeah, I should probably play the two first. Yeah, probably. Okay. Let's do Mysterious Land. It's on Discord. The list is on Discord. Also, I think it might be in the description. There's a Google Doc with every game I've ever played and every game I've ever beaten that I remember. Finally, the mermaid. From whatever the heck the name of that game. Oh my gosh, my brain. Legend of Mana. Beautiful, beautiful singing on that nice little melody. Ah, ah. Beautiful stuff going on there. Sounds like the mermaid from Legend of Mana learned how to finally sing, kind of like that siren. Delightful. There's something about the voices of that makes things feel mysterious, and that comes down to many different both film tracks. Yeah. Something with those really high voices like that. And sometimes you can get them from like children's choirs too, that type of sound. Almost brings this air of innocence to a mysterious land, if that makes any sense. By the way, I said you should hang out for my final reaction and summary because it's going to be worth your time. Trust me. Let's check out Mock the Wildwood. We're going to do the day, we're going to do the night, and then we'll talk about it. Yeah, gesturing at our ecstasy of gold there. Now, I see some of you are thinking, oh, this music's getting slow, I should leave. You probably shouldn't. You got 2 more tunes. Hang out to the end for my final summary and reaction. You don't want to miss it. There might be something waiting for you. Okay, so something I want to point out that's pretty interesting is we've had this theme, and now I've been calling it the Ecstasy of Gold theme, which is, let's put some effects on it to make it sound cool. Which then, in other times of the OST, then heads off into something completely different. Now here, it changes. It starts off the same way, but then comes to rest in a completely different place than it was before. Now, this is pretty interesting because we can think of this as indeed an interval alteration in the motif. Oh, sorry. There are essentially 13 fundamental ways you can develop a motif. Some include retrograde, that's flipping it around backwards, augmentation, that's doubling the note values, diminution, that's halving, like cutting in half the note values. You can also change the intervals. And here the interval that's being changed is, instead of a descending minor third, it's a descending minor sixth. As opposed to pretty cool stuff. Okay, let's keep this going with Light of the Moon. And you're going to want to hang out for my final reaction and summary. There might be something for you. Let's go. Okay, so let's break this one down. We're going to go through some of it together, and I'm actually going to tell you what's going on. So it's like D major here to C sharp minor. A D major to a D major with a sharp 4, sharp 11. C sharp minor. Back to D major. Back to C sharp minor. B minor. To A major 7. Thank you, Davis Bradwell. B minor to C major. Oh, I lost it. C major. A minor. Now we're here. D major. Now we're arriving in E minor, which is how we're going to end. E minor is now 1. B minor, 5. A minor, which is 4. To D, which is 7. To G, which is 3. To G7. To A minor, 7. To D7. This is 2-5-1 that we would think was going to G, but no, it goes to B7, which brings us back to E minor. C. E sus4 to E minor. Now, time for my final reaction summary. I told you weren't going to miss it, and that's because you don't. For those of you who had stayed with me, you're my ride or die. So I'm going to give you my final reaction summary, and then I'm going to give you something that people only who are here live right now are going to get. And if you're anywhere else, they're not going to get it. So hang out. Final reaction summary is, this has been a delightful 2 discs full of incredibly insightful and creatively unique music. Again, these composers are not disappointing. They're delivering extremely unique. Well, extremely unique. By its definition, unique would only be unique. You can't really add anything in front of it. Unique means one of a kind. But unique music that is following certain rules enough to be recognizable, to sit with you, but also breaking new ground and bringing in new ideas that are just wonderful and just lovely and absolutely loving it. I think these past 2 discs were a little bit softer, a little bit more gentle, certainly, than disc 1 and disc 2, but we still have a long ways to go. So if we think about the story arc of an OST, and at this point, it's almost basically like an opera, right? We start off with a little bit of excitement at the beginning. Now it seems that we're in a little bit of a lull here, maybe with some mid-bosses, but then we're going to start to climb up and really start to get towards the top of the mountain, the increase in difficulty that typically is associated with video games as you go on. So I'm very excited to see Eagus Colony. Welcome, chat. Okay. As this fades out, some really interesting things going on here. We're actually going to pull it back to the beginning. I'm going to break down for you everything that happened in the song in terms of the harmony, or indeed the chords. So stay tuned as we go through. And make sure, by the way, you watch to the very end for my final reaction and summary. You won't want to miss it. Now, we're going to be in the key of E minor. So E is going to be 1, F, in this case, F sharp is going to be 2, G is going to be 3, A is going to be 4, B is going to be 5, C is 6, and D is 7. So here we are in E minor, which is 1. This is hardly coming through. Let's turn this guitar up just a skosh. A minor, which is 4, B minor, which is 5, C, which is 6, now back to E minor, which is 1, C, 6, to D, which is 7, back to E minor, which is 1, behind the ball here, right? So E minor 7, E minor, C, flat 6, E minor, C again, E minor, C, D, now right there. That's where it lost me. Interesting. F sharp minor there? So returning to E through an F sharp minor, which is interesting because F sharp minor is not actually in the key of these chords. We'd actually think of F sharp half diminished as being here, but no, indeed, it's an F sharp minor. Very interesting. Bring us back to E, which is 1, C, E minor, C, E minor, again C, B minor, to C, to D, to E minor, 1. Now, see if it's right here. C, B minor, A minor, C, D, A minor, B minor, E minor, A minor 7, E, holding, C. Now, things are going to get interesting in a minute. To D. E minor. C. D. Again, back to C. Building up tension here. We're not arriving home. B minor. E minor. Back to E minor. Right there. Oh, so cool. What we heard right there is indeed the same thing that I remarked on just a moment ago, and I said, how odd is it that we have an F sharp minor here instead of an F sharp half diminished? And we could see right there that C sharp right there makes all the difference. So up to this point in the song, a lot of times I've been saying, well, we have a C, which is flat 6 to D, back to E minor. Indeed, we have an A minor, which has a C note in it as well. And so we would think typically that F sharp minor has the C note in it as well. But no, because we're also borrowing the C sharp, we can get an F sharp minor. And indeed, here at the very end, have the C sharp as well in the melody. So there's a little bit of a change of flavor in the way that the music sounds and feels because of this one note being changed from a C to a C sharp. And I'll show you how small the difference is. It's the difference between this and this. Very small difference. This to this. By changing a C to a C sharp, the entire emotion of everything fundamentally shifts, and that's the power of one note, especially when an entire key or an entire context has been established in your ear first. Then changing one single note can be like, whoa, what just happened? Very cool stuff. All right, let's check out Eagus Colony Night. Did I say Angus? Is it Agnes? Is it Angus? Can I read is the question. Oh, it's Agnes. I thought it was Angus. Like an Angus steak. Maybe I just wanted to eat food. Yes, Anna, yes I do. Okay. So that right there, I was blown away about that violin. I think there was one note that I took issue with. Everything else sounded incredible. And as AFK Musician said in the chat, AFK Musician says, coming from a violin player, playing that high of a note and making it sound nice is so dang hard. And yeah, I was like, whoa. Oh my gosh. Let's go back and listen to that one time. Here it is. Like, okay, the first note, little off, second note better. Yeah, again. Yeah, that note right there, the very high one, slightly off in intonation. Yeah, little sharp, that. Yeah. I mean, listen. I'm nitpicking. I'm not saying I can do that. Like, to be clear, I'm not about to pick up a violin and get any, like, I pick up a violin, it's going to sound like cats having a very bad time. It's not going to sound anything like that. But yeah, so pretty cool stuff. Also, now that I'm pronouncing this correctly, it is indeed Agnus instead of Angus. I was thinking like Angus Young from AC/DC, you know, or Angus beef, you know, like steak and eggs. Agnus is in the Lamb of God. Agnus Dei would be the Lamb of God, so Agnus would be lamb. Not to be confused with a goose. When I say Agnus, it's not a goose, it's in fact a lamb. If you're getting confused with your animals, I'll try and keep it simple from here on out. Okay. The goose is on fire. Let's check out Moebius Battle, which is where you have a bunch of lambs that just kind of like go meh and jump around and don't actually fight. They think they're fighting, but they're not. Have you seen that meme where it's like the sheep that charges the cow and then it stops and it just boops it? There you go. All right. Drop it. Oh, faked me out. Very welcome to the jungle. That was sick. Type a 5 in the chat if that just gave you so much energy. Type a 5 in the chat if that just gave you so much energy. That's an amazing piece of music. That just, I mean, yes. Yes. I feel like I could go lift a tractor. Listening to that. Like, show me the tractors. I will lift them and carry them. You've heard of the tractor pull? No. Literally, I will pull the tractor. Like, yes. Let's go. Beautiful. Beautiful energy. Beautiful. Oh my goodness. Normally when I'm listening, I keep track of things to like point out one thing to you when we're done. I was just enjoying. I felt like a 5-year-old in a candy shop of musical awesomeness. Because for me personally, when music's a little aggressive, it's a minor, crazy guitar parts, it sounds like Welcome to... By the way, this riff sounds like Welcome to the Jungle. Not here. I'll find it. All right, type a 2 in the chat if you know the song Welcome to the Jungle by Guns N' Roses. Type a 2 in the chat if you know the song Welcome to the Jungle by the Rockers, Guns N' Roses. Okay, so guys, this riff right here, I am very confident in saying inspired by Welcome to the Jungle. Let's listen to this again. I mean, it's not the same. Right? Okay. Type a 1 if you can hear the connection there between Welcome to the Jungle and that sick riff right there. And again, whenever we compare things, we're not taking away from the creativity, from the genius, from all the work and love that got put into it afterwards. We're just making a connection and say, oh, look, inspired, loving it. It's not to take anything away from the composer, and also, the composer might have just heard Welcome to the Jungle sometime in the past, and all of a sudden, they have this idea too. Love it. So, I highly recommend, after the stream, you go check out Welcome to the Jungle, Guns N' Roses, and you will hear the connection of this riff right here. So, like I said, we're going to find some hidden connections along the way. Let's keep going with A Life Become Distant. I have a feeling this is going to be a change in pace. Huh. Gesturing at the ecstasy of gold motif there. Wow, what an incredible difference. Now, I want to break down and bring one thing to your attention here in this piece of music, and that is the difference between a songwriter and a composer or an arranger. So, a songwriter might do something like this. Oops. Like this. Okay. So what you had there is you had a melody, and then you had static chords. So when you hear this is a note, this is a note, this is a note, this is a note. Whenever you hear a single sound come out of the guitar or my voice, it's a note. When we do two or more notes at the same time, it's a chord. So you can hear that there's these static chords, and I'm singing a melody over it. So there's really just two moving pieces. There's a melody of single notes, and then there's chords that are giving context to the melody. So it's like having a canvas that we're doing a painting on. Now, the difference between that and arranging and composing a lot of the time, not always, but a lot of the time. So I'm going to say this is mostly true, not 100% watertight true, but mostly true, as we're talking at these low resolution level of understanding, is that the difference is that composing and arranging, it's that the chords are not always going to be static, is that there's going to be movement within the harmony. The harmony is going to be dynamic. It's right here. It's kind of like D minor. But now all of a sudden, now it's implying a G minor, but it's moving differently. Now, for a moment, it was like B flat. Now it's kind of implying an A7. So if you go back and you listen to this, you can hear how there's many different instruments playing single notes at the same time, and not all instruments are moving and changing at the same time. Some instruments move before others or move after others, and that creates a dynamic, flowing, interlocking feeling of playing through the chords. So it's not boom, next chord, boom, next chord. It's, oh, we're blending the lines, blurring the lines between harmony, between chords. It's beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Let's check out In the Morning Mist. Oh. Huh. Pineapple, 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 yeah. There's an ecstasy of gold right there. Mixed in with pineapple. The ecstasy of the golden pineapple. Little gestures of ecstasy gold. We got a golden pineapple here. Interval alteration. Wow. Now, that didn't make me cry, but that was... I just want to go back and put... There's something truly beautiful that comes together. It's like when someone understands so much. They understand so much, and they're able to create something that is so simple yet complex at the same time. They're able to say it in such a simple way. Oh my gosh, I feel so lucky to be alive. Oh, type a 1 in the chat if you feel lucky to be alive. Oh my gosh. Oh! There, it got me. Oh, the feels. Wow. If you're watching the replay, go back 10 minutes. Someone's like, Dan's gonna cry in the next one. I don't know who called it, but you called it. Sorry, I didn't see the username. I just saw someone said that. Ah! Wow, I'm 2 for 3 on Xenoblade Chronicles, crying my eyes out. All right, well, not crying my eyes out, crying a bit. Let's check out Life's Fading Flame. And, you know, just to give you context, like, the reason I'm crying is because I tend to be an emotional person, and music touches me emotionally, and so it leverages all the emotion. Yeah. AFK musician, great call. Anna, great call. Now, for any of you who are wondering what I mean by pineapple, we have a rhythm, a rhythmic motif that we've been hearing throughout this OST that goes like this. All my old guitar teachers are like, Dan, you haven't practiced in months. In my own mind, I'm like, Dan, I've been writing a book. I've got a new book coming out. I've not been practicing. There we go. There we go. And we've heard it with different notes. So we've heard it as... We've heard all the different versions of the note combinations of a half step or a whole step around this. There you go. We go up, back, down, back. Come on. There we go. And that is motif pineapple. Whenever we hear that rhythm, we're going to call it pineapple. Okay. So we're calling that motif pineapple. All right, let's keep it going. With life's fading flame holding D's thoughts. Started off like Undertale. So we've got pineapple, we got ecstasy of gold. Type of 2 if you can hear both. Oh, so many people in the chat are crying. Oh, gosh. If you're watching this on demand, Type a 3 in the comments if this one got your waters working. One thing I want to point out too, which is pretty interesting, is the way this starts off. A little bit of Undertale there. Ah. It's kind of like the major version of Moebilovania, but anyway. Beautiful stuff there. That was incredibly... Carrying the Weight of Life. Let's check it out. Now, to be clear, what I'm saying before we go there, I just want to be clear in case any of you are joining now and you haven't watched parts 1 and 2. We're calling the Ecstasy of Gold anytime we hear... Oh, Lord have mercy. Because that's the way Ecstasy of Gold starts. So we're calling that... We're calling it the Ecstasy of Gold theme, even though it might have a different name in the composer's mind. We're going to call it Ecstasy of Gold. And anytime we hear... We're going to call that Pineapple. And if we hear both at the same time, we say Golden Pineapple. Here we go, Carrying Weight of Life. Some triumphant pineapples there at the end. Hey, if any of you check out the song, I think it's either Walk the Night or Nightwalker by Gino Vanelli. You'll hear some startling, perhaps, parallels with this here song. Yeah. All right, now there's something I want to point out to you here. First of all, there's so many things going on here. I don't know who mixed this, but props to them for getting this all balanced out, because this is like trying to have 267 different instruments. Well, I mean, not literally, but it's a lot. I'm just playing at the same time. I invite you to listen to the guitar that's in the very back of your right ear. It feels like the guitarist is right here, and he's very teeny tiny, playing a very, very quiet guitar. The way it's mixed. And there was a really cool spot I was going to show you that I got lost. Sorry. You know what I need? I need it to be like the UFC, where it's like I can have like marks for the plays of like things I want to go back, rewind, and talk about, or like baseball, you know, like at like the highlight reel. I need a producer. There we go. All right, check out what's going on your right ear. That's some sick stuff going on in there. I'm going to rewind that again, just to listen to it. You're going to hear these things called, well, pinch harmonics, we could call them. Because what's happening is you get a distorted sound, and then, you know, let's do something like this. You get little whistly sounds like that. Listen for things like that in this guitar part here. Right there. Again. Again. Just a little Easter egg off in your right ear. Let's check out Rest Spot. All right, check this out. These two notes. I'll put it down here. If we hear this, this is an odd one, but I think I'm right. Type a 2 in the chat if you've ever heard a gate or something that has a hinge in the wind blow back and forth and it makes this exact sound. Right there. Let me know in the chat if you've ever heard a gate make that exact sound in the wind, or a door, or something with a hinge. So, now my question becomes, what's going on in this scene, and did the composer do that intentionally? Because it might not be. This might be coincidence, right? This might be just something that it's a correlated sound, as in, yes, this sound appears in this track, and yes, it also appears somewhere else. But is the relationship causative? Right? Did the composer get inspired by hearing a rusty thing swinging back and forth and then bring it in here? Or is it just, I just spotted a correlation? I don't know. And that's a very interesting thing. A very interesting question to ask. Yeah, resting by the campsite, so maybe not. But maybe there's resting by the campsite. There's metal things, like, is there an army camped here or something? Or we might hear things squeaking off in the background. Because I don't know if you guys have ever been camping. When there's a big campsite and there's a lot of wind, you hear things blowing. Also, like, whenever you're out in nature, yeah, maybe. So, looks like perhaps the correlative connection here is tenuous, and I'm trying to force it. So I'm going to go ahead and leave that. But still, this sound here doesn't sound like it when I do it on my guitar. It sounds much more like it when it's on the violin. But my gosh, does that sound like a squeaky gate. Like, exactly like a squeaky gate. So, what we're going to do is we're going to add this to our vocabulary for this original soundtrack reaction. We have the Ecstasy of Gold, we have the Pineapple theme, and indeed now we have the squeaky gate. Let's continue on to Sierra Hovering Reefs and see if we can spot any squeaky gates hereabouts. And to be clear, oh, here's where it gets really cool, guys. The squeaky gate theme, okay. This is retrograde, or a reverse, of our Ecstasy of Gold theme. So our Ecstasy of Gold theme goes, right? It goes, but our Squeaky Gate theme goes, it's the opposite of our Ecstasy of Gold. How cool is that? That's more likely the causative connection. Whew. If I can keep my words straight. The causative connection right there is that it's actually a retrograde. It's a flipping of the start of the Ecstasy of Gold motif, and we flip the first two notes around backwards. And so there you go. Okay, let's get this thing going. Hovering Reefs. Well, we have a Pareto distribution in favor of doing a chord analysis. In all fairness, I biased the results by not providing other types of analysis that could be done here. But anyway, I was creating a poll very quickly, and so here we are. So what we're going to do is I'm actually going to tell you the chords that go on in here and how they all relate to each other using music theory. Again, I'm going to assume you've watched part 1 and part 2, so you're kind of caught up with this whole 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, A, B, C, D, E, F, G thing. In this case, B is going to be 1, which means C is going to be flat 2, D is going to be flat 3, E minor is going to be 4, F sharp minor is going to be 5, G is going to be flat 6, A is going to be flat 7. B minor, C, G, A, F sharp 7, D minor, F sharp, G, A, G, A, B, A, G, A major, B minor, A major, G major, A major, B minor, A, G, A, F sharp 7, B minor, to C, F sharp, to G, to F sharp minor, E minor, F sharp minor, G major, F sharp minor, E minor, F sharp minor, G major, F sharp minor, C, oh, and hang on, I lost the plot there. C major 7. What happens there? I lost it. Oh, there we go. Okay, this is an interesting chord. Huh. Okay. So we have an E, G, B, and a C sharp, kind of like an A9, kind of? Interesting. It's diminished. Oh, half diminished. C sharp half diminished. No, duh, because we're in B minor. Oh my gosh. Oh, sometimes you think about something a little too hard that's too easy. Yeah, no, duh. C sharp half diminished, which is literally the 2 of the key we're in. No, duh. Hey, buddy. How you doing? Right, to 5, a 2-5-1. Like, as if that's some type of revolutionary idea I could have never conceived of. Okay. E minor. A to D, 2-5-1 to D. E minor. A. E minor. C. Sharp 7, B minor, G, A, B sus4 to B minor. Oh my gosh, that C sharp half diminished. I was like, what on earth could it be? And for those of you who don't know music theory, so you don't know how obvious of a choice that is. If you know a little bit of music theory, you know that that's a very obvious choice. And I was sitting there going like, huh, huh. I wonder what this chord could be. And yeah, cool. Glad we figured it out. Okay, let's check out the night version. Ah. Have you met my friend Keith? No? Well, today we're going on a journey to Keith's castle. Let's check it out. Keves Castle. Here we go. I don't like Keith anymore. Okay. So I'm going to point out something you may have missed, again, having never played the game before, just looking at the music. And I'll play the end of this to transition to the next one, for the next one. I'm going to point out one thing in this, and then we're going to move forward. Check out this part here. It almost sounds like breathing. And what's happening is that the composer's actually flipping around sounds to be played forwards and in reverse. So the sounds are played forward and backwards. And it's a mix of forward sounds and backward sounds. That's part of making this so creepy. Like, almost sounds like someone's breathing, but it's not quite. So maybe that's machine parts moving backward and forward. But wow, that is creepy. Okay, we're going to listen to the end of this Keves Castle. We're going to go straight into Keves Battle, and there I'm going to try and point out something that you may have missed previously about the music. So here we go. End of Keves Castle, excuse me, going into Keves Castle Battle. Here we go. Really cool stuff. So one thing about this music is it feels inevitable. Feels like perhaps this boss might, and then this is me going out on a limb, but it sounds to me like this boss might have a move where it just keeps on going in a straight line and it doesn't stop. Or maybe the boss, this is being evocative of the boss's fact that it's likely a machine. But yeah, is there a boss move where it just goes in one direction and like you gotta watch out? Well, if it is a boss, sounds like a boss. You tell me. Not a boss, regular enemy. Spot on. Not a boss. Holy moly. Dan, stop spoiling. All right, I'm on to something here. Okay, so it is a machine. So we can hear the machine aspect here, and this is maybe not something you would notice, but oftentimes in music, what happens is that we have different strengths of pulses, and we call these strong and weaker beats. And there's a whole hierarchy that goes along with strong and weak beats. But something to point out to you here is that this feels like strong, 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 strong. In terms of the percussion, if we listen to this, strong, strong, strong. And that's what I mean about the mechanical thing. So it's not like strong, strong, weaker, strong. It's like gung, 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 gung. And that's what makes it feel machine-like, is the fact that there's no variation in the strength or the accent or the emphasis that is put musically in the percussion, because there's not a lot of variation in the emphasis in one particular part, not in everything that's playing, but there's one particular part that gives it a through line of feeling mechanical, feeling the same every time. Kind of like a piston, exactly. Well done, Pierah in the chat, exactly. Kind of like a piston, an engine, or indeed a machine that's going through the same exact action every time without any variation. Okay, let's check out The False Queens. Bar strings. Oh God. Why? Oh. That is officially the least favorite piece of music I've heard in like 10 years. Not that there was anything wrong with the music, but I will tell you that there is a specific sound that is used in this track. Oh, that is one of my least favorite sounds on this earth. One of my least favorite sounds, oh, just imagining it makes my body hurt, is the sound when a violin, viola, cello player either gets their bow behind their bridge and plays, or they just touch lightly and get that screechy sound. It sounds like nails on a chalkboard, but like 257 times worse. Okay, let me tell you a story to illustrate my point. When I was in second grade, I wanted to play the cello. Now, it just so happened everyone in my class picked the cello. And I was very fortunate to go to a private school where we could pick an instrument we wanted to play, and then we would learn how to play it, and our parents paid for the instrument and paid for our lessons. Very, very fortunate to have that. Now, I wanted to play the cello. There was like 22 people in my class who just wanted to play cello as well, and she was like, all right, we need someone who's not going to play cello, who's not going to play violin to play viola, because you need to play violin, viola, cello, and everyone was in violin and cello. So like, okay, fine, I'll do viola. So I got viola, and literally, if you've ever started to play violin, viola, cello, you know that the way you start playing, you sound like this. Like, you don't sound good your first day, or even your first week, or even your first month. It sounds like this. got to the point. I mean, I'm like 9 at the time. I'm crying to my mother, telling her that playing the viola gives me a stomach ache because it literally, this sound stresses me out. And I cried to my music teacher. I was like, I cannot play the viola for one day more because I wasn't that good at playing the viola. And so that sound would always creep in when I was playing. Oh my goodness. The music was delightful, but that sound is not fun. So if you want to know the difference between my face when I'm stank face enjoying something like, oh, this is sick, and when I'm genuinely like a 5, like my inner child was just like, no. That's the difference. So, yeah, if I had state secrets and you wanted to extract them from me, you put me in a room with that sound, I'd last 30 seconds and then I'd tell you everything you want to know. So, let's go ahead and check out Great Swords Base. Lord have mercy. I don't think... Okay, let's put this to bed. I don't think it's PTSD for me playing bad when I was a child. I think I genuinely do not like that sound. Like, or maybe it is PTSD. I don't know. But that sound, I mean, literally, probably my least favorite sound that exists in the world. Of all the sounds I've heard in my life, that's probably my least favorite sound. Real talk. That was gorgeous, beautiful, bringing us back after those false queens, which seemed indeed like a boss fight. The Keves Castle seemed like itself a boss fight. The false queens was indeed much more dramatic. Anywho, we're going to do one more song today, but before I go in there, I do not run ads on this channel because I want this to be a time where we can come together and celebrate music. So the ask that I have of you is to like, subscribe, and to share this video with someone who you think might enjoy it too, or to share this channel with someone who you think might enjoy it as well. That's my only ask of you. With that being said, let's go ahead and check out Great Sword Base's Night, and then we'll talk about the day and night themes together. We'll do 6, 7, then 8, 9. Let's go back and listen to one part of Night here. Also, it's so incredible to hear the composers creating such a different feeling and emotion. So here's Day. Right, doesn't feel like a very dangerous place. Feels like a relatively safe place. Here's Night. Similar. A little soft, a little warm, a little rounder, a little bit more sleepy. Now what I did want to point out is listening to the bass here. Sorry. Well, clearly I need a better system. I'm gonna start writing down time codes when I hear something.